Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the English Open here from the Manor and Ashbury Resort in Devon. This is the national tour, the Kelme National Tour for the Foot Golf Association of England. We're bringing you clear blue skies, we're bringing you sunshine, and we're bringing you lots of foot golf today. So stick with us for the action. We've based ourselves this morning out in the bowl area, partway around the course between holes 3 and 8. Lots of action as always, lots of water, lots of bunkers, lots of excitement. So we're with the early groups at the moment. We're going to follow these round up 4 and 5 and down 7 and off 8. And then later on, we'll have the lead groups coming through and we'll follow those through this section before setting up at the end of the course and seeing everyone through 18. As always, we'll keep you up to date with all of the leaderboards as we go through, and we'll recap that in the next 10 minutes or so. So thank you for joining us. Thoughts, questions, ideas, comments, please like and subscribe, and we'll bring you all of the best action from the English Open here this morning. Thank you. So you're looking down at the green on 8. We'll give you a rundown of all of the scores as a reminder from yesterday. The junior section was led by Connor Bennett. Connor is 8 shots clear at 13 under from Kyle Dunn at 5 under, but that's where the real battle is this morning. Kyle Dunn 5 under, Harrison Baker 4 under, Jamie Hammond 3 under, with Oliver Baker and Alfie Fisher making up the top 6. That's going to be a really interesting contest. Can they claw the gap back to Connor Bennett, who's going to take the risk to try and get the reward this morning? In the Senior Plus category, we've got some of those coming through at the moment. The lead group goes off just after 11 o'clock this morning. The leader there is Jan Willem Arsen at 3 over par, followed by Mark Eaglestone at 4 over, Derek Mills 6 over, and Mike Stokes at 8 over. So again, everything to play for. The course is testing. It's dried out a lot since yesterday, and the balls are going to be running further and faster than ever before, even in the danger areas. And then we'll be showing the men senior. We've got 2 of the lead groups coming through. As a reminder, the overnight leader, Gary Fisher at 1 under par. He has a 3-shot cushion back to Paul Bolton, Glyn Cook, and then we have Mark Nicholson at 3 over, Adi Burns at 3 over, DJ Hamilton at 5, William Morrison 6, Eamon Dunn 6, Paul Hammond 6. So there's only 4 shots there between 2nd and 9th. So it's all about Gary trying to hold that lead. In the women category, Claire Williams holds a 5-shot lead over Michaela Hill. So it's 1 over for Claire, 6 over for Michaela, and Joe making the top 3. And the men, Carl Baker May holds a 4-shot lead going into today. An unbelievable 8 under par yesterday on Forest with his original 6 under par here on Oakwood. Can he do the same again? So Carl Baker May, 4-shot lead at 14 under, following John Neal at 10 under par, Tom Stott 9 under par, and then Ben Clark, moving day. Can he close the gap? 7 under par, 3 shots off of second and 7 off of the lead. We will bring you all of that footage as the morning progresses. The lead groups teeing off about midday, and we'll pick those up 3 through 8 here before going on catching them on the back end of the course. So stick with us. There is so much to be decided, and some of it I think will even come down to the last hole and how they navigate that lake, the pond, apologies. Can they clear it? Do they try and go down the path? We've seen yesterday the risk of overhitting it and dragging it left out of bounds as well. There were plenty of double-digit numbers on that yesterday, so that could be key. And we'll be live there later on this afternoon to bring you all of the closing footage, and then again this evening for our closing ceremony and award. So stick with us, enjoy the weather, hopefully enjoy the commentary, and we'll see you around safely this morning. As a reminder, the rules there are that we'd have to take it back to the tee box and play for 3. But he's safe, just. You can remove the stake if needed as well. So, James Bryce, Spidey, obsessed with Spider-Man. He's a good player, plays out of London Foot Golf. You see the wind is almost non-existent this morning. I think it's going to pick up later on this afternoon, which again might cause trouble for some of those later tee times. But at the moment, this hole, which was a big ask to reach in 2 on Friday, is an easy reach here today on Sunday. So Ali Janjua whipping it in. It's quite rapid. I think he's going to come off the back of the bowl, unfortunately. That will end up at the cameraman's feet. And that's a tricky butt back there. It's got to try and get it back onto the green and get it to stop before running down the hill. So Peter Roberts. No. Leo Lacey. This is a good shot. And that should just run around the bowl a little bit and settle towards the hole. And that was very, very good indeed. So, Peter Roberts, the winner of our darts tournament last night. An easy tap in there. That was a great shot from Leo. So, Peter Roberts. And that settled in nicely. That was a great second shot from Leo. This was a really, really difficult hole to try and get a par on. And Leo making it very, very easy there. All of these four boys from London, obviously close together on the score from yesterday. So Marshall on the scene just to help out with a little stance issue from James Bryce. Appreciative of all of the volunteers we have working here this weekend. So Alexandra lightly plays it along the bank, turning right. Needs to turn a bit more. That's unfortunate. And now it needs to sit. Otherwise that's going to run down the hill. It's so hard. You've got it's fine margins. You need to reach that second level with your shot, but if you go over the back, it's almost impossible to get the ball to stop. So shot 4, bogey shot. Started off where I was just going to drag left at the end. It will settle back towards the hole. So that's off the green. James Bryce is ready to play. Oh, and it just turns past the outside edge. I think it was just the pace that was the problem there. I don't think there was anything wrong with the line, but it's gone almost as far the other side. And in it goes. So, Ali to finish. And that group will move on once Peter finishes. Unexpected winner of the darts competition last night. I think Glyn Cook was everyone's favourite. Troublesome path to the final. And then Peter seemed to be able to finish all of his doubles at first attempt, and that was the difference. They move on. So we've got a group of seniors coming down 7 at the moment.
You ready on Jake?
So as you can see, this is the group of Chris Aldous, Nick Reynolds, Paul Parker and Phil Pranjikoff. So Nick Reynolds from Wales, as you can see from the logo on his back. That's a good line. I think it's just going to fall under. Oh, wow. What a shot. He'll be really happy with that. I thought that was going to fall under the hole, and it just kept its line the whole way. Really good shot. Pace controls everything. Anything harder, and it's going well out the other side. So Chris Aldous from just off the green. Called locally as Magic Man. Seems to be able to putt from anywhere. And I think the shirt he's wearing today has got a Magic Man on the back. Oh, it's unlucky from Phil. And in it goes. So they will move on. I think Paul Parker put that within a couple of inches of the hole. Another group coming down behind them. This is a group of 3. So we have Marcel Lugier, Bledden Jones, and Paul Haynes. So this group will move down and test their skills against the lake. So you can see the conditions. I mean, the fairways are still green, with no rain overnight. There's not a lot of moisture left from the rain on Thursday and Friday. So today, pace judgment is key. It's the figure of Derek Mills walking down the fairway.
Was my ball not here? Oh, no. Oh, it was look like, because I was afraid that the ball was to the buckies.
Marcel was just questioning whether we'd moved his ball, because it seemed to be about 30 or 40 yards short of the fairway, but I think it's just the tiredness from the long weekend. That is a really, really well-paced shot. So we have Jan Willem Arnson just walking around this morning. He's in the last group later on this afternoon. He's just filming his friend and fella player from the Netherlands. Probably having a walk around, just trying to suss out the course, watch people's lines, see how fast it's running. Sometimes you don't need to practice with the ball itself. Sometimes walking the course, just sussing it out is more than enough. So Marcel looking very cool in his sunglasses today. It's a very, very cool character. Always a smile on his face. I think he's hit that quite hard. I think he's going to be looking to use the bank for that to come off. Oh, and how has that stayed there? That almost defies gravity. So Bledden down the hill. I think it's just going to fall under. Everything falls to that left-hand side as we look from that side. Again, it's almost on a little bit of a plateau. Straight or slightly right probably gives you an uphill putt from behind the flag. Anything short is a little bit tricky. Having to adjust the camera angle there. We weren't expecting it to go that far over. So Topo Cat needs to turn hard. Oh, it didn't quite come back. And in from Marcel.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Great.
We have Jan Willem just beside us, sussing out the course, getting preparation for later on. I know
A little bit. I'm watching Marcel, and of course I look how the balls go. So
I say sometimes practice isn't about kicking the ball. Sometimes it's about walking the course, seeing how others are playing. This is all going to help for later.
yeah, I don't know. It's just to get a good feeling. So practice doesn't always help.
No.
Sometimes you don't have to practice.
We say that a lot back, locally as well. I think you can practice now, and then 2 hours later, the wind is going to change,
Yes.
the course is going to change. So
Yes.
it's about living in the moment sometimes as well.
Yes, but it's a very nice course and a lot of difficult holes.
Good luck later.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's always good to catch them. We're going to come over round to hole 5 up the hill. Pick up Peter Roberts, looking for it's an eagle shot from back there. I think he's certainly got the pace.
Sam, are you able to get 5? Or the buggy's in the way? Eva, what camera are you currently on? Okay, stay on me and and Sam can reposition.
So we're just going to turn around to try and get the hole in the background. You can see these are their eagle shots. So long hole all the way uphill. First shot's sort of 50, 60 yards. Second shot's to here. So this is third. It's a par 5 uphill. So it's a fairly generous one. This is James Bryce. We're looking to try and get this close. Everyone pulls it slightly left, but he's got a good line there. Turn hard. Turn hard. Oh, it's going to come back, and it's in. And an eagle for James Bryce. He'll be pleased about that. He was joking this morning because all of these boys are from the same club back home, London Foot Golf, that they were all going to score 10 under. I think they were going to try and manipulate the scorecards somehow, but I'm not sure 10s are going to be there. But that was a really good shot indeed. Ali Janjua looking to recover from the last hole. Oh, and that's just run past. Pricey. It's on camera.
Oh, okay.
With James Bryce, just for 10 seconds or so. I know you're going to move on, but how's the start of the round been?
Par, bogey, eagle. Not bad.
So under par start.
It's playing long out there at the moment, some of these holes. First couple of holes are really, second hole was playing a lot longer.
The wind didn't seem to be about much early, but it seems to be picking up again now.
It's not affecting us really, to be fair. Yeah. But no, it's good.
Good. Enjoy. Play well.
That's the money to win, big boys.
Just to reiterate, we don't condone gambling. I think they're having a little friendly betting amongst the group. So Leo Lacey starts it out right. That will turn in, and it grabs an edge, and he celebrates the birdie. And this is the sort of course where birdies are celebrated, as you heard from James there. Par start. And we said it a lot over the last couple of days. Boring foot golf is good if you can go round without a double bogey and with as few bogeys on the card as possible. You're going to be in the mix. It's keeping away from those 7s, 8s, and double figures. Oh, Peter Roberts unfortunately hasn't read the line there, and this is where course management comes in. It's so hard to judge, but these next shots we're going to see coming up 5. You don't want to be past the flag. You don't want to leave it too far short. Past the flag is hard. Even 6 foot or 8 foot beneath the flag. And he's in. So Ali Janjua to tidy up that. So Paul Downey, his familiar orange socks and black outfit, his flat cap. Definitely one of the originals of the foot golf game. I think he's still using the same mitre football. So up the right hand side a little bit. I think that just come off the heel a little bit. I think the pace was good. So Juan Manuel Sanchez, Manu. this looks a good line. I think it's just going to run up and past. So he's got a shot across the slope there. Again, it's so easy to commentate on these things and tell them where to put the ball, but it's very, very hard when you're out there trying to do it. So Nick DeForio from Canada. Again, the pace was a little bit firm. As James said, it's playing long in some places, but it's dry. So when you're going to get the ball running, it's going to be difficult to stop it at times as well. Manu looking up to the sky there. I'm not sure if that's him for inspiration or help, or how his start of his round has been. Let's see there. You'll see how difficult this downhill, but as you see the angle of his body and where he's aiming the ball, he's probably aiming 2 foot right as we're looking at the hole, or even more. That's going to struggle to turn back that hard. And that's he's now playing from where ideally he would have wanted to be after his third shot. Again, because of the greens have been so well done here at the Manor and Ashbury. And that has gone all the way around and in the back door. Gary Fisher just passing us as well. They're sussing out the course for later. Our leader in the senior category. So, and the scream of no Manu tells you all you need to know about that shot, unfortunately. I was out here practicing on Friday. I've lost track of the days. But even then, it's easy to overread the putts, I think. So many of them are actually straighter than you think. Overcompensating is definitely an easy thing to do when you're standing there looking at it. But if you play outside the hole, then you've always got a chance of missing it. So, Nick to tidy up. Our sole Canadian here this weekend. And that, unfortunately, seemed to get underneath the ball. Maybe disappointed with that.
We're about to move. Well, we can just do it. I can just go to that. Yeah, I can just go on that. So it'll reach for that.
So this is our second junior group. So this isn't the lead group. This is the first set of juniors coming through.
Just tell me if you lose me.
So this is the group of Jamie Hammond, Oliver Baker and Alfie Fisher. So Jamie Hammond to play. Punches it towards the hole. It's a great pace and a great line, and it's in. It's a great shot from Jamie. Nice clap of the hands and celebration and a swagger towards the hole. It's a great young player. He's been taught well by his father. So Alfie Fisher the son of our senior leader, Gary Fisher. Punches it up the hill. It's going to turn out to the right a little bit. It's not a bad leave. It's a bit right to left as it comes back across. Ideally, you want to be straight underneath the hole. So, Oliver Baker up the hill. Straight. It looks good from here. Oh, and it just run past the left edge. So, finishing well.
Is there any other groups coming up behind you, Jake?
And firm in from Alfie. No messing about there.
1, 2. Is there
We've seen what happens if you play it short. Oh, and that's gone all the way around the hole, unfortunately. Just caught the left edge. It's always the trouble with those downhill putts.
we can come to 7 now.
Hi.
Just say to you move to like 8 or something.
So we're just coming across the side of the course to pick up this other group coming back down. This is the London Foot Golf Group, we'll call it. Leo, Ali, James and Peter. So Peter to play. It's a long shot all the way down the hill. This is their third shot. Starts it right, brings it left. It needs to get over to the left-hand side of this mound, and it doesn't. It stays right. There's almost a channel between the trees and halfway across the fairway. If you get it in that channel, it runs down towards the hole. Otherwise, it sends it out right. So, Leo Lacey, not been playing too long, but a very, very strong, talented player. And this looks like a really good pace. Just needs to turn in a little bit. And settling just past the hole will be ideal. It's not a bad shot from Leo. So James Bryce looked a little bit casual, but the ball should run out a little bit. Needs to work. Needs to keep going. It's not got the pace to turn off of that bank enough, but that's going to be a tricky putt from there. Again, as we said the other day, it's personally, I'd rather be 10, 12 foot past than leaving it short. They've certainly got the power and the strength to be able to get past it. It's difficult to try and tell your mind to do that when you're always aiming at the hole. So, Ali Janjua, tracksuit top off. Temperature is rising. So that looks as though it's starting out a little bit left. It needs to come round. I don't think it's coming back from there. I think we've got some of the other senior groups coming down 3 at the moment. So we'll have a few more groups coming onto this section shortly. I think for now we'll probably stay on here while we get someone down on 8 to pick them up coming through the other end. So Peter Roberts, left to right. He almost wants to be aiming for James Bryce here, I think, just letting it settle, which he does. But that is pacey. think the line was right, but the pace was strong. Again, for those of you that haven't watched much foot golf, it is actually more difficult than you think. It's not just kicking a ball around a golf course. Dexterity is needed, and pace control is everything. I think everyone can probably smash a ball off of the floor down the fairway, but when you're trying to get to stop at the hole, it's not like you're passing it into a player running or at speed. It's trying to get these balls to stop. It's not always easy. So sensible from Ali though, nothing silly. I don't think he wanted to risk anything too much there. Are you on? So we've just managed to catch Carl Baker-May flying by as he's helping Marshall this morning before this afternoon. Obviously the overnight leader. Tremendous 8 under yesterday at Forest, followed the 6 under at Oakwood. Let's talk about yesterday first, and Forest and how you managed to get round there in the under par, which I don't think anyone before the weekend thought was possible. And then your thoughts and preparation ahead of today.
Yeah, yesterday went really, really well. Obviously, it was a slow start. One was playing really difficult and bogeyed that, which after going bogey free the day before was a bit annoying to start with. Missed a putt there, but then played 2, 3, 4 pretty well. And then you could attack the middle section, which we were able to do. Made a sloppy bogey on 13. I think it was, that I shouldn't have made, but historically I go out of bounds all the time, so I changed my mind and didn't want to do it, and then paid the price still anyway, so that wasn't great. But then responded, I think birdie, eagle, and then birdied 16 and 17, which are really tough to normally do. So it was in the end it was a good round. It was a slog at times, but that's what you have to do here. And then today it's just about obviously trying to maintain, and like I did on Friday, with the round that I shot on Friday, it's trying to limit the mistakes, limit the bogeys as much as we can, attack when the time's right, which is going to be difficult again. Looks like it's got a lot quicker, or it's going to be getting a lot quicker than what it was on Friday. So control's got to be important, and again the first 4 holes I think will set the tone. If I can get a relatively good start on the first 4, then that should hopefully settle me down and then be able to go and play for the rest. Yeah,
the feedback from everyone that we've spoken to so far is that it's long. Obviously, we knew that, but it is drier and it's running fast as well. And you've obviously got a very talented group of players, not only in your group, but the group behind chasing as well. So a little bit of an advantage, but certainly can't rest on your laurels.
No, not at all. I mean, you can never rest on your laurels here. I think last year, this course in the Sunday, I was like 6 over after 4 holes. So, you can't do that at all. It can easily catch you out. I mean, you saw some of the footage of the pairs that you watched me playing with Max the other day on Friday, and I think we hit +10 on here on Friday. So you can never, you can't rest anything. You can't. It's got to play each hole as it is, each shot as it is. Cliche, yes, but it's got to be done. And then just see where it takes you from there, and hopefully come the end of 18 and 5 o'clock tonight, it'll be a good outcome, which I'd have taken. Obviously, I said to you on Friday, top 10 was the aim. Obviously now that aim changes a little bit, but still want to be in the prizes at the end of it. So we take it as it comes and just deal with the situations that we end up dealing with on here.
Look, the stage is set, the trophies are all out, and we hope that we're able to give you the biggest one later on in the day. So nice. Good luck with everything.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, Carl. Thank you. So that was our overnight leader, Carl Baker-May. Again, just helping event marshal. So he's got a massive afternoon ahead of him, and he still finds time to come out here and event marshal and make sure that the play is going at the right speed and any problems need solving. So thank you for Carl and to Hamo and others for doing that for us today. And we'll get you back to the action.
Eva, where are we now? Eva, which camera are you on?
So we're back here on hole 7. We'll try and get down to hole 8 after this. We'll have a couple of groups coming through. So Manu, we want a chart of yes Manu, not no Manu this time. Start off towards the hole. He's interested. He needs to roll out. It needs to roll out, and it just wasn't the pace he needed. And in it goes. So pull down it. A little tentative side foot putt, and it drifts past, and I think it was too tentative. I was taught quite early in my foot golf career, if you can call it a career. Sometimes it's best to just take the turn out of the ball, take the slope out, a little bit more power, just get the ball to hit the flag, rattle it in and move on. Sometimes you can be too tentative and the slope just picks it up and takes it away.
Eva, are you okay to go to 8 now from the sound camera? Would you like us to reposition check up 6, just have a change of scenery?
Yeah.
Get a bit of 6 just for the sake of it.
Yeah, that'd be good.
We have got a monitor if you want to watch.
Now's probably
Otherwise, I think I'll do okay. So it might be
okay. So we're going to look at 8. We're going to get a little camera up on 6. We've got five or 6 groups coming through, so we'll catch them coming up 4 and 5, and we'll get up to the par 3 on 6 and see if they can do anything. But at the moment we're here on hole 8. Early Ginger were having gone over the lake.
Go to the green at 6 and that'll be fine.
It's a flat bunker this. He should be able to pass it out. He's gone for the chip though. A bit of extra whip on it, and that will turn right towards the hole. If it's not got the pace, it's just going to fall underneath. It's not actually got across the green, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry, you can have that one.
So James Bryce from the bunker over on the left-hand side. Across the green. That looks so it needs to probably roll out a little bit as well. And I think he's going to be really disappointed with that. There's a lot. No, a lot. It's not a lot. And there is some protection behind the hole here. So you need to give it enough to get there. So Peter Roberts would have seen that. That's a much better pace. And again, even if it goes past the hole, there's some protection there. Got to give yourself a chance.
In my face. He's stitching it up.
So tap in from James Bryce. Up and down round so far. I think he started with a few pars, a bogey, an eagle. So Ali Janju across 8. Past the flag. It's tricky this morning. Some of these earlier groups trying to get used to the conditions. So they will move on through to the lower part of the course from there. That then opens up into the back section of 12 through 16, which is one of the most difficult parts of the course, I think. So we're going to stay here on 8. This is the Senior Plus group. Just talking about how to play the hole. This one is one that I think even after 2 or 3 days of playing it, you turn up to it and you look at it afresh every time, not sure what to do. Do you play around to the left as you look? Do you try and go long over the top of it? Do you side foot to the left? Do you aim for the telegraph pole and try and go through the bunker? There's so many permutations here. It's never an easy one. I think the most success we've seen, even for right footers, is to swing your left foot at it round the left-hand side of the lake as much as you can. So Nick with a pass around the side that we saw exactly the same from him yesterday, and he walked away with a par. So sensible play, as we said on 18 yesterday as well. There is a way to play 18 down the first fairway and around the corner. Not everyone's cup of tea. Depends whether you want to attack or take the risk. So pull down here a little bit further through one of the bunkers and just settling down the back. Again, there's a line in from over there. Up across the fairway onto the green. And one Manu Sanchez with the left foot is going to swing at it. That jumps in to the pond and out. If that gets out the other side of the bunker, he's going to be pleased. It just rests in there, but again, not a bad place to be. So more groups coming through the section 4 and 5. We're going to get something set up at 6 and see those coming through. So we're going to get a little run of some new groups coming through. This section goes up one side and down the other, so you get to see them through both sides. So what we'll do once these putt out down on 8 is come across to 4 and 5 and the tricky par 3, 6 at the top of the hill. So Paul Downey, ducking under the branches, checking his line. And that seemed to drag left a little bit, but perhaps that was the run up on the line that he needed. The pace looks good. It's difficult to tell from here, but yep, if that just settles back down, that's a really good shot from there. Again, that will be a par and run. Difficult hole. Everyone, nobody's going to be coming up to the tee box thinking it's going to be a birdie hole for me today. Manu's caught a bit of a flyer out of the bunker there. That needs to settle a little bit. But does, as we say, there's a lot of protection there. There's no point with half-hearted kicks across the green and stopping short. So much protection there that will get you to within 6 to 8 feet. So, this is Nick from Canada again. Great to have him here this weekend. It's going to be aiming for the left edge from here, I think. He went straight. As we said, that's what we just described when they were coming down 7. Take the break out a little bit harder, rattle it against the pin, and it drops. Ball down in safely. Well, this goes to show some of the experience, I think, on offer. It's a really, really well played hole from all 3 of them. If this goes in, I don't want to speak too soon. Manu will never forgive me. But experience counts for a lot. We see it in some of the events on tour as well, the Champions League football. So what we'll try and do now is swing round with the help of our team here at Seth Conway Media. They had the van parked out here overnight last night, ready for this morning. The studio in the back of the van and the buggies. And we're going to see this group come up hole 5 and then take you up onto hole 6 afterwards. So we'll just check the names of the group here for you. So that is the familiar stature of Justin Yeats that's just played that shot. So we've got Aaron Maloney, Justin Yeats, Sam Johnson and Bernie Mungeem. These are the senior category. These are the boys that I play against when I play on tour. Myself and Sam are part of the 2023 Senior World Cup squad that went to Orlando. Sam are a great player, really steady, really sensible, really nice guy. So we had a great time out in the US as part of the World Cup squad. Unfortunately, in the team event, we came up a very, very strong Mexican team that seemed to have a couple of absolutely really big hitters, and B, somebody that was able to sink it from 30 yards nearly every single time. But it was a great experience. Disappointing to lose in the quarters, but a great experience. Friends made, shirts exchanged as well. It's always nice to pick up a few of the international players' shirts. So this is Aaron Maloney, one of our Welsh contingent, up the hill, right to left. It's just going to hang left of the hole, but the pace was pretty good. Just going to move over towards the edge of the course and see this come up. So Bernie Mungeem. Punchy noise from the ball as it goes up. It's and this is what we said. I think he would have liked it a little bit more, but it's straight and it's under the hole rather than above the hole. Fish. So just walking past us, I think he's probably been watching Alfie a little bit this morning. We got Gary Fisher, overnight leader in the clubhouse. Yeah, good sleep. How are you feeling this morning?
Ready for it, to be fair. Good challenge. Drying out. It's going to be really dry. Hopefully the wind don't pick up, but same for everyone. I think it's going to be 3 or 4 good changes and movements in there today, but just got to play your own game and hopefully it comes on my side. So
yeah, I guess a couple of shots there in your favour, but a really talented, strong group behind. A lot of it's going to be about course management today, I guess.
it is, but because it's so tough, 1 or 2 holes could not ruin your round, but sort of lose those 2-3 shots quite easily. So it's course management, but sensible foot golf and try to get your birdies as well as you can and grab your pars.
Yeah. We wish you good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very
and
much.
We'll catch you up at the end.
Yeah, no way.
Thanks, Gary. Really good guy. Very, very talented individual. And he's a big hitter as well for his age group. So that was Justin Yeats up the hill. He'll be really happy with that. It's if you're going to leave it anywhere, you leave it under the hull. Die-hard Everton fan. Was sporting a hat yesterday after their win against Palace. His socks always look like tights where they stretch on his legs. There's been some banter and probably some memes made about that. So Aaron, tricky downhill putt. Across the course. Left edge at least, depending on the pace. Starts it out quite straight. Oh, it's too straight. Again, it's so easy for me to stand here. I don't mean to make it sound judgmental, but it's so hard. Again, you can probably just see and hear the wind picking up a little bit. Oh my God, that's so unfortunate. He just seems to lean back into it. You're standing on an uphill slope, leaning back. You know, it's like golf. You're on a right to left, and you're leaning back. It's always going to turn left. You just need to slightly overcompensate. And in from Justin and a fist bump along the way. So we'll probably pick them up in a minute. I'll pick that up from the monitor, and we'll see how they get on. Smiling at you, Justin.
Oh yeah.
Just saying how nice you look in those socks.
Here we go. Hey, can't knock the socks. Big calves, big socks.
So we're just going to come back and see them up on the 6th tee box in a minute as they come through. I'll give them a minute or two to get up there. You could probably see this last group here on 5 coming up the hill before we flick over. We give them time to get up the hill. Buggy here, boys. Yeah, we'll get up. So we'll just follow this other group up as they go off to the tee box on 6, and we'll pick that up from the tee box. So this group is William Morrison, Gary Sculls, Toby Robinson and Paul Lloyd. I think I probably mistakenly said yesterday that William Morrison was last year's senior winner, but that was the year before. And that was well deserved. He played the course so well in 2024. A bit trickier today. And this is where you can see some of the big hitters. There's 2 or 3 of these boys are really big hitters, and you can see how far up the fairway they are.
Fine. We're going to go to 6 now. Go on to Jake.
So we just pick you up quickly there, perfectly timing on 6 to look at that tee shot from Justin Yeats going along. That needs to settle. That should turn back towards the hole. Let's just climb the bank. He'll be happy with that. He had a big smile on his face as he went by. It must mean he's having an okay round. So back to the tee box. I'm not sure of that line. Sort of played it out and round the back of the bowl there. Not sure if that was a miss hit or intentional. Sam Johnson. That right to left. Again, picking up the right-hand side of the green. It's a little bit straighter, but that needs to settle. So a little bit pacier taking that line. And unfortunately, that has just gone and tipped over the top, and that is going to be a very, very difficult. And that has actually gone over the path. It's going to tip back on. So there is relief from cart paths. I think when he gets there, he'll. Let's have a look at this last tee shot coming around again. This is further right as well. And that just needs to settle as well. So two of the balls, that right-hand side is definitely pacier and it's flatter. So it takes the slope out. And that is settled on. So that will be played from there. The other one you see in the background will get a drop. Free relief from the cart path. So that'll be the side nearest to the ball. So we may actually choose to play this from the cart path itself. You can get free relief, but if it's easier to play it from there, it'd be further away from the hole on the other side, which I think he's actually going to do. Sometimes it's easier to play it from the cart path. I think what he's got now is to make sure that he doesn't play it down into the curb or onto the path. Because if you're already on the path level, then it's sometimes easier, but personal preference. He's there and can see it a lot better than us, sat behind a screen or a microphone. So I think Aaron looking at his as well. Practicing his squats on the way. So Sam Johnson needs to go down, needs to climb to the top of the hill and no more really. It's a little bit pacey, hit the flag, just run past. So that's not a bad leave. I think the temptation there is to just get it trickling over the top, and that would be the right pace. But the worry is if you don't make it to the top of the hill, it's back to your feet or even further down the path. So it's probably the right thing to do. So Aaron Maloney. You've seen Sam do that. Wonder whether he'll try and play it a little bit softer, which he has, and that's going to hit the flag and go in. The amount of times we see it where people go over the back behind a mound and then go straight in. So we'll be happy with that. That's a good finish. And a little kiss of the ball on the way as well. So Bernie Mungine from down low right. I didn't know that was a line, I must admit, but he had a really good angle of attack from underneath the flag. Definitely something that I've not seen many do, but could definitely be a good play. So par putt for Bernie. Justin off the hill, he's walking away, he's leaning. Oh, he knew it was going to lean away, move away slightly. I think he was trying to lean to get back towards the hole. He'll be happy with that. He's got a spring in his step. Can really play. I think he's definitely a confidence player, Justin. I think once he gets into a run, nothing can stop him. And a finish from Sam there. So we've got another group just waiting behind. We see these putt out. There's Bernie. So that right hand line out to the right, uphill putt in, just missed, but tap in par on the way they go. So we should have another group come into the tee box now. So what they'll do now is they'll leave 6. They do a U-turn at the top of the hill in their buggies, and they come back down 7 and 8, which are on the right hand side of us, and then move on to the course. So we're going to stick with this for now. See if anyone can get a hole in one, which I'm not sure. I have to check the stats. I'm not sure if that's happened on 6 so far this weekend. It's definitely a bit of a difficult line to try and get there. It goes left or right. Difficult to get it going straight across there. So Gary Sculls holds his pose. This looks a pretty good line from here. It's going to go up the bank. Should turn towards the hole. Keep turning. And then we'll finish down on the edge of the green. That's a really good birdie opportunity for him there. So William Morrison, he's just going to go mark that. That's needs to settle a little bit, but again, a good line. That's only going to come. Oh, it's gone so hard at the bank, it could turn back towards the hole. That is a really, really good shot. And a tap-in birdie, you'll take those all day long. So great shot from William Morrison. So Aaron Maloney looks a little bit left. It's probably needs to settle there. It's always a bit tricky when they settle on the hill. You either want them to go over or come back, really. But Paul Lloyd sets this one out. Again, this is another good line. It's going to be slightly left of the flag. Turn back. It's a little bit straighter, but that's going to settle in there nicely. This group has played that really, really well. We've got 2 or 3 good birdie opportunities there. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Rob, I didn't realise you were playing, mate. Sorry, cancel that. Sorry? You sorry? You sure? Sorry, I didn't realise you were playing.
Still on 81%. Yeah.
So this is tricky from the hill. 2 or 3 different ways to play it. Play it to his left, our right, and get it running across. I'll try and go straight at it, but it's going to turn hard right to left off the hill. All going to be about the pace. Yeah, just did turn right, and then look, it comes back left once it's under the hole. Very, very tricky place to leave it. Sorry, Toby Robinson. I think I called him Aaron Maloney, who was the group in front. Toby Robinson. We're in very similar outfits. That just drifts off to the left and pops in the hole. So, birdie opportunity for Gary. One of our strong Scottish contingent here this weekend. Having a good think about this. Oh, it's tentative and it does drop in. A little fist pump. Always good to have a birdie on the card from there. And William Morrison pops it in. I think there was a bit of a cheer behind us there on 4. It looks like Fraser Grant from up the hill behind the hole has managed to sink it. So we're going to cut to 7. Got some interesting putts across the hole here. You can see the course is really full. All the groups back to back. So I think it's probably Justin to play. Just adjusting his shorts for us. Sets it off left. It's going to turn back right. It's going to swing hard at the end. It was a really good line. I think it was just a little bit pacey. He's gone for it. Can't blame him for that. So this is Aaron Maloney, not Toby Robinson. He's got his Predator boots on. Again, he's seen that and just a little bit pacey again. Again, as we've said a couple of times, these are a little bit straighter than you think. Aiming too far outside the hole is just... So Bernie Mungeam down the hole. That needs to hold its line. It needs to turn one more time. Oh, it's so unlucky. That was a really, really good shot. Again, it was just 6 inches of pace. Another full rotation of the ball, and that was popping in.
Cool, thanks mate. We'll finish up on 6 and then we'll come to you.
No, actually, it's not Rob Mucklow to play. I think this is Roy Roberts, twin brother of Peter. Difficult from up over the hill. It's going to turn back harder, and it's actually gone all the way around the outside of the hole. And there's clapping and applause beside us as William Morrison puts it within a foot on 7. So Muckers, right to left, turning in. He'll be really happy with that. He's got a spring in his step today. Looks happy, not seen the scorecard. We'll give you an update on the scores in a minute. So we're going to try and find the leaderboard for you.
Finished on 6. Yeah, looks like it. We'll go down to 8. Sam, we're coming to you now, mate. All right.
So we've got the camera behind 8 over the lake.
We're coming to you now, all right. Sorry, I didn't know if you heard it.
So just while that you're watching that screen, we'll give you an update on some of the things that are going on. The earlier junior group we saw going out. Jamie Hammond is through 9 holes at 3 under par, which is a magnificent score around here. Puts him in second overall, although that leading group have only just gone off from T1. The men's seniors aren't off yet. It's a little bit of movement behind, but nothing to trouble that top 4 or 5. In the men's senior section, there's been a big move from Gary Scholes. He is 5 under through 6 holes this morning. That's drawn him back to 2 over par and puts him tied second overall. William Morrison is also 1 under and soon to go 2 under, which will put him at 4 over par. So there's a couple of movers within the rest of the pack that are going to put pressure on those lead 2 groups that go out in about 20 minutes, half hour or so. But Gary Scholes, we knew, even though he wasn't in those top 2 groups, had the ability to do something about it, and he certainly has. 5 under through 6 on Oakwood is an unbelievable score. The women are just through 1 hole, so we'll wait to see those. Claire birdied the first. And the men, whilst the lead groups aren't off at the moment, there's been a little bit of movement further down the leaderboard. Most noticeably, Chris Hopton, who's 2 under through 4 this morning. He had an extra hour or 2 sleep this morning, I think. So he's probably refreshed and ready to go. Max Baker is 1 under through 4. And Gonzalo Novosad is 1 under through 2. Otherwise, everything as it is, and they're not going to be challenging the leaders later this afternoon. So that is where we are. We will keep bringing in this footage. These lead groups will probably through here. I suspect the ladies will probably be, I can see the ladies over on 2 at the moment. So they'll be going down 3 shortly. So we will pick up the ladies group within the next 25 minutes or so, I think, as they come round the corner. But for now, we're focused on this side of the course.
Like that one.
So just strategizing here with the Seth Conway media team about Gary Scull's just going past with a big smile on his face, and rightly so. That's so down on 8. You can see these balls coming across the green, settling at the back. But as we said, the ladies group is coming down 3, so we are looking to pick them up at 4 and 5, and then we'll track down 7 and off of the tee at 8, and we'll stay on those cameras all the way through these lead groups for the next couple of hours. Just Andrew Duffy beside us with his usual comedic style, warming up like Michael Phelps, swinging his arms round.
He's 9-7. He'll get 7.
So as a reminder, this is the English Open here at the Manor and Ashbury Resort with Seth Conway Media and myself, Stephen Groombridge. We are here sat out in the bowl of holes 3 through 8. The sun is shining. The wind has picked up a little bit. Nothing too dramatic, and I don't think it's going to be as gusty as it's been earlier in the week. The opening groups are all through the first few holes, and the lead groups are now starting to come through. As you've already seen, there's been lots of action, excitement, and we've had eagles and double bogeys. We've had water hazards. And in the background, somebody off of the 4th hole to avoid the lake has played it on to the fairway between holes 7 and 8. I'm not sure how he's managed to do it, but it's gone an absolute mile as well. But we'll stick with the footage here. I'm just roaming around, watching the rest of it as it goes on. I've obviously realised you're sat there watching the screen. So we're on 8, looking back up to the pond. Just picking up some of the junior scores through hole 1, and whilst the junior tee box is obviously further forward, I've got Connor Bennett, the overnight leader, with an eagle on hole 1 this morning to extend his lead to 9 shots. Even with Jamie Hammond's 3 under through 9 today, Connor Bennett now has a 9-shot lead after his eagle on hole 1, and that is going to be hard to catch. Again, thank you for joining us. You can see you watching. You can see the likes and the hearts and the subscribes. So thank you.
We're going to go to Jake now. He's ready. See you move, mate.
Keep commenting, and we'll keep on bringing you all of the action.
Go to Jake, and you'll be on 7.
So we bring you up on 7 as that runs close to the hole. and in from Roberts. You can see Daniel Mon nearest to us. This is Rob Bucklow behind the ball. Be nice to see this go in. He's had a what looks like, without checking the score, a good start. I think I'll just curse that a little bit. So, Alex Hewitson. Just check it. Just check it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I just need to get my laptop down, but it says it's on.
Jake, from your position, can you get the button at 4? From your position, can you get the button at 4?
Thank you for all the continued feedback. That's the one we're looking at, isn't it? Yeah. Apologies, just checking the signal there. There seems to be some difficulties, but there are none. It's broadcasting live and clear.
Yeah, ready to go.
So you join us here as the lead women are going to start coming through. As we said earlier, this is the section where we have hole 3 running down to the left of us, and then 4 around the pond, and 5 up beside us. There's a little par 3 at the top 6, and then back down 7 and 8. So we have the lead groups coming through now. The first group is the women, which is Claire Williams, Michaela Hill, and Jo Carr. And then they will be quickly followed by the juniors, Connor Bennett, Kyle Dunn, and Harrison Baker, who are just finishing up on hole 2. That will be then followed by the senior plus, Willem Arntzen, Jan Willem Arntzen, Mark Eaglestone, Derek Mills, and Mike Stokes. So we'll stay here. We'll pick those up. There's a big cheer in the background, and I'm thinking we might have had a hole in one on 6, which will be one of the first but we will bring you that news shortly. So we're going to stay here. We've got the cameras set up, and the women are just teeing off on 4. So we'll bring you that now.
Over to you now, Sam.
Okay, so here is hole 4. You see the women teeing off.
Are you not coming down to 4? Are you going on to 4, Seth? Because that's the women.
He's on. Should be on 4. So we're just going to wander down with this camera where Sam is. We can pick the women coming up 4, and then we'll be able to see them tee off at 5 and pan round, and myself and Owen can wander up towards the hole to see them through as well. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Like, subscribe and share. We'll bring you all the footage as it happens. So once they are through these, all of the groups are through these 8 holes, we'll pick up and move the unit. We'll give you some updates on the scores, and we will follow these all the way through to the end. So behind us, Chris Hopton, who'd had a good start due to his extra sleep, I think has probably just eagled the hole behind us. I'm not sure if it was, or was that Max Baker? Chris, is that you? Chris confirms the extra couple of hours sleep, and Fraser Grant has popped it in from about 30 foot back up the hill as well. That group seems to be on fire. So Michaela Hill from the right hand side as we look up around the bowl and just settling in behind the hole. It's a great shot. It's finished within 3 foot. Michaela will be happy with that. So Claire Williams, great to see her back out here. Left foot up over the hill, catches the downslope the other side. It needs to get up onto this top tier. It's just struggling up, and it's gonna roll back unless, oh, it's just found a nice patch of grass there and settles in. So Jo Carr's in the bunker. She's just going to come around. So Michaela had a bit of work to do this morning to close this gap. We'll let them get through the next couple of holes and then we'll catch up on the scores. But for this hole, at least, it's advantage Michaela. So Jo Carr out of the bunker, up and over. That's going to have enough pace to get up and turn back towards the hole. That's a good recovery from there for Jo. Unfortunately, just on the right-hand side on 5, someone's going back down the path. And in from Claire. It's a great finish. That's taken a little bit of the pressure off. Did you put a marker down to take unplayable? I mean, I'll pick it up now and just take unplayable. You can. It doesn't need a marker down. You can decide. So just helping out on some rules on the hole 5. So Jo Carr rattles it in. So Michaela Hill to finish the hole. And in it goes. We were, while we watch them go down to 5 and this group come up, we're just going to check the phone and the scores. See where we are, if I can find my phone. So ladies are only through 4 holes, but I suspect there's been some movement, so we will just pick up those scores for you. So the women, yeah, Claire Williams 1 under through 3, Michaela Hill 1 over through 3, so a 7-shot advantage from Claire, even through 3 holes. It's a difficult course, but is it going to be enough to claw back those? Time will tell, but that's going to be a tough ask for Michaela this afternoon. So we'll pick them up from the tee box. So as the ladies come up beside us, we can pick them up nearer the green, but we're going to concentrate on the junior lead group. Here we're just starting off up hole 4. Connor Bennett already had a big overnight lead, and he is 3 under through 3 this morning. Kyle is 1 under through 3, but he has a 10-shot lead. So Connor Bennett, whippy shot out round. There's no messing about there. That just needs to settle a little bit. He's got a lead, but just needs to settle in a little bit. Well, that's gone up the bank. Apologies, that wasn't Connor. That was this is Connor in the bunker. Difficult to tell from this far away with my 50-year-old eyes. So Connor Bennett looking for a Swazi right to left, gets it over the top, uses the slope behind. It's going to struggle to get up the slope. So Harrison Baker and Carl Dunn in this group. It was Carl Dunn that just went a little bit through the back. It's a difficult one to get that to stop. So Connor Bennett on the lower tier of the green, but it's uphill all the way from there, and these two behind will be struggling to get their balls to stop.
Are you ready? You can go to one. If you want.
So Connor Bennett to play. Up the slope, turning right. It's going to just straighten up a little bit there. That's a really, really good, sensible shot. That's course management. Nothing silly. Really well played hole from Connor. So Harrison Baker up over the hill, settling down. It needs to hit the flag, and it's just run past the left edge, and that at that pace, I think, unfortunately, is going to run down the slope as well. It's so hard to get the ball to stop there. It's something you learn, I think, with age and experience. It might have been easier just to play it into the rough patch, 6 to 8 feet away from the hole on the right. Play it in, get the ball to stop, give yourself an almost guaranteed 2-shot rather than risk anything else. But let's see what we can do here. The line looks very good, and again, it's just like Connor's, it's just going to fall underneath the hole. So we'll watch these finish up, and then we might be able to get on Owen to see them, the women, in 5. So Dunn barely touches the ball, and that has gone left as well. That just needs to settle. I think otherwise he's going to be back down where Harrison was and where Connor Bennett's original shot was. So difficult one there. We'll watch this play out, and then we've got the women coming up 5. So done to finish. Up over the hill. And we know it turns right at the end there. This could be very good. And that's a great finish from down there. He'll be very, very happy with that. So Harrison's tidy up. And in it goes. He had a second look, but we're there. We just see Claire Williams marking from within about 4 feet or so. No, she's going to finish that, and Claire Williams finishes really well. So we're on Michaela Hill. Up the hill. Strong side foot. A very good putter. Might run left. It needs to turn right at the end. That's a really, really well judged pace. It just didn't quite have the turn. I think if Michaela is going to claw anything back, she needs that bit of luck today. She needs those to drop, but she'll tap it on. She's clearly playing well, so needs to carry those on. You can see the camaraderie between the group as well. There's high fives, and that's a great shot from Jojo Carr. A mainstay on the circuit, again, from the beginning of foot golf. Travelled all over the world representing England and showing there her skill with not easy right to left shot. We've seen many of the men miss those this afternoon. So I think we'll probably see if we can flick over to 7 and get some of the men coming down there. So we've got Carl Brown coming down 7, all about pace control. Nothing silly, just gets it tipping onto the green. So this group has also got Talon Anea, Dan James and Andrew Duffy. So Talon Anea. Side foot up the hill, turning left to right. And in the right side, he'll be very happy with that. Those are the sort of length putts you need to go in to make a difference. Andrew Duffy. Oh, he was looking at it all the way. I think he knew it had probably just pulled a little bit left. He'll tidy that up, and they will walk away. So we're going to come back over to the juniors on 5. So I think we're trying to look at the juniors on 5. That's the shot. So done up the hill. Punchy nice. It's up the right-hand side. But it's going to stick there. The grass is a little bit longer there. Connor Bennett from the left-hand side, left to right, uphill. Wants to get it there. And you can see the difference there. Just a little bit more air on the ball. It takes out the friction from the running. And this is an absolute weldy. Go on then. In you go. Oh, and it's gone in. Absolutely brilliant shot from Connor. He must be playing relaxed given his lead, but that is absolutely world class. And they'll be absolutely chuffed with that. Well done, Con. He'll be watching that back before bedtime tonight. So he needs to go and obviously get that out of the hole before the next player plays. That's the way it works out. So Harrison, a little bit of an overshoot there. So I'm just eyeing this one up. Right to left, probably not as much turn as they think. That's a really good line. I think the pace has just sent it on the right edge. And that's always going to be tough from up there. So we've got some more of the big groups coming through after this junior. There's a gap of a couple of holes. We've got the senior plus to come through shortly. And then the main categories of the two groups of seniors and 3 groups of men. So stay with us. Lots of footage coming. You can see over on hole 2, some of them coming now. So Harrison to tidy this up. And in we go. I think at the moment we might be able to try and pick up the group coming down 7.
On you, Sam. You're on 7. You're on Jake. So I'm on Sam, sticking down to the gate. Like you go to 7 now.
Yeah, please, yeah.
Jake, we're coming to you now, right?
And we pick this up with Lee Bennett. Bennett getting his shift on, like father, like son. A great putt. Connor just sinking a worldie up 5. His father nearly doing the same thing down 7. And we're happy with that. And we'll have a look at the rest of the scores and bring you the updates as the main groups come through. And an easy tap in there. So, last year's winner, Samo Marinovic, down the hill. Needs to settle a little bit, but again, underneath the hole is good. You don't want it above the hole if you can. And I think that is a very, very good shot. I'll be very happy with that. Playing with the Team Geist. That's my favourite ball. Let's see more of them about at the moment. Maybe because of Temu's involvement in the replica version. So we've got one over the far back left-hand side. Playing back onto the course from the other side. I'm not sure how we managed to go so far out there, but that is a decent recovery. A few more rolls and that would have been down. So that's going to be tricky from there. I think he's going to have to go and mark that. That was Ali Dick. but it's not in the way. And another strong one down. This could hit the pin. This could go in. Oh, and it's just run past the left edge, but under the hole, 6 or 8 foot up from Novosad. So Novosad over from Argentina. Absolutely lovely guy. As I probably repeated before, I think since he's been here in Devon, he's learnt to play snooker, including the points for each of the different coloured balls. And last night he learned how to play darts. One of those players or people that probably annoyingly turns his hand to any sport and does really, really well. Within 2 minutes of picking up a set of darts and being shown how to throw them, he hit a bullseye and finished on a double. So obviously a very talented individual. So Ali Dick looking at it, staring at it. It's just drifted off right. I think he thought it was going to come back a little bit. So we'll tap that in. So Novosad and Samo walk over to their balls. Marching over almost in unison. We seem to have lost the super seniors. I think they're a little bit behind play. I think they're just on the green at 3 at the moment. So we'll stay here on 7. It's not been Samo's weekend, unfortunately. Last year, everything was dropping, and this year I think he's struggling a little bit to find that form. Still an unbelievably talented player and one of the nicest guys as well. So perfect timing for being on this side of the course with the women on this side. So Michaela Hill teeing off last, which we don't like to see. That means that she's obviously not won the last hole. But Claire Williams with a massive shot down the hill. Obviously, you can see the ladies' tee is a little bit further forward than the men's. Takes that tree out by the buggies out of play. But that is an enormous shot from Claire Williams. Let's see what Michaela can come up with. A little bit of a breeze. I don't think it's impacting them too much. It's probably more across the course. So out over the top. Traditional top spin shot from Michaela. Picking up a piece of the fairway now. I don't think these are going to end a million miles away from each other. That's a really, really strong shot from Claire. So they'll come down in their buggies and park up beside us. I think I can just see the super seniors down on 3. So they're about 3 holes behind at the moment. As over on the other side of the course, coming down 2, we can see one of the lead senior groups. So the action is hotting up. 20-12 here at the Manor and Ashbury Resort. The Foot Golf Association of England Kelme National Tour English Open with Seth Conway Media, and myself, Stephen Groombridge, on commentary. So being watching the group that Claire's on is quite handy sometimes. Ian generally has sweets and goodies. And we've just managed to get a really old school Foxy's Glacier Mint, I think. Not seen those for years. Bringing back memories. So Claire marks for Joe. What can Michaela do here? Up over the hill. It's going slightly left. It needs to turn back in. It will turn a little bit from there. Keep going. Turn off the hill. It's almost pin high. So the pace was very good. Just needed a little bit more. So Claire tries to find her marker, which isn't always easiest to do once you walk away from it. The markers we use in foot golf are effectively exactly the same as poker chips. Many people have them branded and logos and all sorts. And again, just like we said earlier about being on international duty and exchanging shirts, people exchange markers as well and actually collect them from their fellow players. So Claire Williams down the hill, again off towards that left-hand side. I think the pace is probably slightly better. It's going to end in almost identical place, actually. Maybe Michaela can even get a read from Claire there. Now, having said about the Fox's Glacier Mint, I've now got the problem that I've unwrapped it and got it in my hand and realised I'm talking and probably can't suck it and crunch it while I'm commentating. So I will wait for an opportune moment to do that. The things you sacrifice. So Joe Carr, traditional toe poke down the hill. Just going left, but that's a great leave under the hole. That's a really, really good uphill putt from there. We're still looking down at 4 to see if we can see these Senior Plus coming through. I'm not sure what has happened to them. I think there's a buggy coming round now. So we'll stay on the action here for now. We've got camera ready on 4 and 5 when they manage to come through. So Michaela Hill. Firm against the flag, rattles it in, and away they go. So we'll stay here for now. Still waiting for I think the Super Seniors have just come round to 4. So let's bring you, if we can, the live action from the Senior Plus group, the first action for them today. And we'll get a few of those holes. So this should be the group of Jan Willem Arntzen, Mark Eagleston, Derek Mills, and Mike Stokes.
Up to you.
And we should be on Sam's camera looking down at 4 at the Senior Plus. Okay, as a reminder, Jan Willem Arntzen, Mark Eagleston, Derek Mills, and Mike Stokes. These have made their way round. And look, I guess ahead of them there are 2 3 balls. One of women and one of juniors. So they're always going to be a bit pacier than these boys. I've not quite made this age group yet. Now, I don't know where, I'll stand corrected, I don't know where the Senior Plus are because that doesn't look like the group we're expecting. We'll see as they come up. Just trying to focus in on who we have. No, I stand corrected. This is the Senior Plus. We are good. They are in the right order. Apologies for any confusion. Jan Willem Arntzen, Mark Eagleston, Derek Mills, and Mike Stokes. So as before, tee shots coming off, avoiding the out of bounds on the left, settling in. The wind today, probably slightly behind, or left to right as we're looking. So Derek Mills last off the tee. Scottish player, former professional footballer. And an all-round nice guy.
Just going to move down a bit so we can have an eye on the hole. So just tell us if you lose us.
As they wander up to their balls, we'll just give you a quick update on the scoreboard here. So at the top, Jan Willem Arntzen earlier has dropped a shot. and is now 1 over through 3. Mark Eaglestone is even, so they are both on 4 over par. Derek Mills at 7 and Mike Stokes at 8. So I can't see any of the groups behind catching these guys. It's going to be a straight fight out between them. So swinging shot right to left. That is a really good shot. That on the edge of the hole. I don't know how that hasn't dropped. I think the wind going in the other direction has just slowed it up. Not even that. I think it's probably 2 inches at best away from the hole. So Jan Willem will walk up and tap that in. Very, very unlucky for that not to drop. And in it goes. So Mark Eaglestone played this hole enough to know what needs to be done. Swinging it in. This is also very good. I think it's just going to lose a little bit of its pace, but it's going to track back towards the hole. Running round. And just, it just picked up a bit of pace off the bank and has run off the edge. So that will need to be marked. Apologies, the Fox's Glacier Mint got the better of me. I tried to eat it and he choked on it. Don't worry. Groomy is still here. Don't know what you do without me. So, Mike Stokes, last to play in this group. That's gone a little bit out to the right-hand side. Let's go a fairly straight putt across the green once it settles back in. So a few little gaps opening up in the course. I can see the group behind this closing out on 3. So they won't be far behind. The juniors are now waiting to tee off on 8. So we're going to see this one finish up, and then we're going to head over to 8. The women are on it at the moment. The juniors are just on the tee box waiting to go. Another little update on the seniors. The lead senior group are through hole 1. And 5 under through 9 holes. 3 shots behind Gary Fisher with Mark Nicholson, Glyn Cook, and unfortunately Glyn with a bogey on 1 and Paul Bottom maybe with a double bogey on 1. So we'll see how that pans out, but there's only 4 or 5 shots between the top 8 or so. Wind just picking up a little bit. Just move the ball. And finishes it off nicely. So Mark Eaglestone to finish up. and in it goes. So we will pick up we'll see if we can pick up the juniors. See if we can pick up the juniors. Yeah, going down the hill. Just go and have a look at the monitor to see what this looks like. So this is from our position at 7, looking back down on 8.
He wants the juniors on 8, so we're going to do that.
We'll just see if we can get these juniors teeing off. I think they're still waiting for the women have just about cleared the green. Oh, no, so I've just seen a ball pop out from over the back. So the women are obviously still playing down on 8 at the moment. We've got nothing up. Nothing up 6, 7 at the moment. Just waiting for those other groups to come through.
The monitor's gone off. Just switch it off. It's just coming on.
Is that powerful?
No, that's receiving the signal. Okay. Power's batteried. Just coming on.
There we go. So this is what we're looking at the moment. So the juniors to tee off on hole 8. This is done. Just getting his composure. And it's a massive hit in the air. That is a big hit up over the flag onto the left-hand side of the green, and that will just run through. But that's not a bad place to leave it there. There's a putt up and across the green. So leader Connor Bennett. Puts the ball down. Just tapping his boot. Getting comfortable. Run up, and but again, that goes miles in there. It's gone slightly further over to the left-hand side. And that will just roll out round to the left-hand side. So they'll take their walk down. I think we can probably pick up some of the other groups coming up 4 and 5 now.
Jake, get it close to you. Sam, turn to 4.
So coming up 5 at the moment, and we've got the tee off on 4. So these groups here, we've now seen the senior plus through 4. The senior plus are now coming up 5. And on the tee, heading to 4 are the second senior group. The second senior group is Mark Nicholson, DJ Hamilton, Eamon Dunn, and Paul Hammond. So second shots that look like Mark Nicholson, who's had a really good weekend. Just going to come off the bank and settle in. Just having a little jog over to the ball. So we'll stay on this.
John, putting on juniors. Stay on 4 and 5. No, also here, where the sun is, let's be 4 and 5. What we saw the juniors up and on the down section.
So all action now. Groups have caught up a little bit on this side. We've got the Senior Plus on the left-hand side. Derek Mills just taking his second shot. So, midday sun high in the sky. Remember your suntan lotion, kids? Put mine on about 6 hours ago, so I think I'm going to have to replenish that shortly. As we wander down to look at the second senior group on 4. This is where all the action is happening. So this whole little area around us. With the wind today behind you up the hill, maybe right to the left, there's definitely more chances than previously. So up over the hill, the bank is going to be used again to come down towards the hole, and that just runs past the right edge. Well, that's a great shot. So Eamon done and DJ Hamilton walking towards the ball. A little high five from Mark to Eamon. And Eamon will finish. I'm just going to mark that rather than finish it off. So DJ Hamilton. Making sure of the line. Right foot toe poke. Probably right edge and swinging back. Sends it out and no trouble there whatsoever. So Paul Hammond puts his ball down, persevering with the gilet from yesterday. Just beside us, an eagle from Eagleston on 5. It was a long way short and left and managed to pop in an eagle from there. So as they move on to the next tee, I think we can pick up Bobby Hopkinson and the group on the far side. Yeah, Callum Haig, Bobby Hopkinson, Chris Lewis. So Zach Mattioli over from the US, just a little bit short there.
Frame it up as well.
We've got a little bit of a gap in play at the moment where things have opened up. So Mattioli back and in. This is one of the leading men's groups, just finishing up on 2. Bobby Hopkinson, can never miss him, and finishing it. And they move on. So we'll probably take this moment to give you an update on all of the scores while they tee off on 5. So we'll have a run through of the scores as we watch them teeing off and taking their second shots on 5. So we will refresh the scoreboard. So we will start at the juniors and see how they're getting on. So Connor Bennett's dropped a couple of shots. He's 3 under through 8, but remains a lead of 11 shots over Carl Dunn and Harrison Baker, who are fighting out for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Jamie Hammond is 3 over par through 13 from that earlier group after a strong start. The Senior Plus, this leading group are through 4, and as you can see, coming up 5. Michael Eaglestone with that eagle has got himself back to even through 4, which is no mean feat round the Oakwood course here. The others are 1 over and 2 over in the group. So Jan Willem Arnson and Mark Eaglestone both at 4 over par, fighting for the win, but Derek Mills 4 shots further back. The men's senior, and his name's been mentioned 2 or 3 times today, Gary Sculls is still 5 under through 9, 3 shots off the lead. Gary Fisher steadying the ship even through 2, with Glenn Cook, Paul Bolton and A.D. Burns all having a bit of trouble for those first 2 holes. So Gary Fisher saying what he said he was going to do, playing sensibly, nothing silly. And the women, so Claire Williams now has an 8-shot lead. She's 3 under par through 8 today. Michaela Hill even and Jo Carr 1 over for the day. So the scores being Claire Williams 2 under, Michaela Hill 6 over. And in the men, the lead group has literally just teed off at 12 noon, so we'll get to see them shortly. But Neil Shave is 1 under through 1. Novosad 4 under through 9. He's the one making the biggest impact on that top 10 position, and we'll pick up those as they come through. But we're concentrating on the action here. We're on hole 5 at the moment on Oakwood. It's a little bit spread out, but we'll try and bring you the action as it happens around us.
We'll follow through for 5, and then we can complete the men's just teed off.
Eagle shot. We've seen him sink these before. Up the hill. Getting a little bit of air on the ball to get it moving. That's a great line. It needs to turn back right at the end. It will just sit in there. And that's a really good shot from Mark Nicholson. That's hopefully a tap-in birdie. Really good pace control. He's had a really good weekend. started off really, really well, and say the second lead senior group. I think the main senior group struggled a little bit through hole 1, double bogey, 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 and a par maybe. I think Gary Fisher par evens through 2. So done up the hill. Again, the pace was really good. It just needed to pull across to the right a little bit more. That's a tricky little putt. We've seen a few of those missed today from there. He's off the green. He's got his measuring it with his golfing tool to see the distance. Up the hill, and I don't think that's going to go anywhere near, unfortunately. It's just slowed up a lot. So
Sam, you can reposition back to the tee off the floor, and then come back down.
So we're going to finish off here on 5, and then we have the main men's lead group coming through on 4 after that.
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
So Paul Hammond, tricky downhill pattern, needs to pick up the line very, very early. No pace on this at all. Literally touched it. It's drifting off to the right hand side. Literally touched it with his toe and no more. And that's the result. But under the hole. Straight up the hill from here. And in it goes. It's probably a first for me. I've never seen anyone using a rangefinder on a foot golf course before. DJ Hamilton in, and a little fist pump for his birdie there. So, Eamon done. It's got a strong left to right. Needs to be. Oh, he's hit it too hard. I think I probably didn't help by saying there's been a few of those missed before. It's just a very, very difficult position for them to be in. So up the hill and in it goes. And that's the advantage of leaving it short and under the hole rather than going above it. We've seen both of those missed coming down, whereas DJ and Mark being under the hole are in. So we're flicking back down to the camera with Sam on 4. As the buggies fly past us up to 6. So Paul Bolton just marking that.
Open the radio. 15.
Is he this one?
Yes, please.
So yeah, out from the right hand side. Gary Fisher swinging it in, using the slope. It's going to come up the back. That's going to turn towards the hole. Oh, is it going to come down? Oh, I don't know how that has stayed there. That is unbelievable. It was almost perfect. It's the difference. That's the fine margins. An inch less, and that was rolling back towards the hole and possibly in. So 80 Burns. Little floaty one up over onto the green. It's going to come right of the flag, but it should turn back towards. It's just going to settle down about 2 or 3 foot away from the hole. So Glyn Cook looks as though he was very, very close to the out of bounds on the left of 4. AD Burns pops it in. So Glyn Cook got to navigate the bunker on the hill. Gets a lot of air on it. I think it's gone a bit right. It's safe, but it's not going to trouble the flag. As you can probably hear through the microphone, the wind is now just starting to pick up. So the main lead men's group are on 1 and second group on 2. So it looks as though they've got 18 holes with a little bit of wind. Maybe advantage to those that have played already, although there's not been a massive movement so far. So Gary Fisher, leader overnight. All the league groups now confirmed as through 1. So everybody out on the course. Gary Fisher down the hill. That wind really picking up, but that might help hold the ball a little bit. Just run past, but he's done very, very well to get it to stick there. Very, very well indeed. A sensible shot. We've seen others off the back play through. So we'll probably stay here for now. Pick up the first of the 3 men's groups behind. So this will be a little bit of a gap, I think, between this first group of men and the others, but we'll pick up coverage as we go. We've got camera coming back down 7 as well that can also feature across to 2, but we'll see these play out. Glyn Cook across the green, right to left. He's walking after it and it pops in. The man is probably one of the most laid-back human beings I've ever met. He throws his darts exactly the same way. So Paul Bolton. And in it goes. So we'll stay here and we'll pick up this men's group. So this is Chris Lewis, Callum Haig, Bobby Hopkinson and Zach Mattioli. We saw them putting out on 2 a minute ago. So even for these really, really big hitters, this is the side foot and that needs to settle. That really, really needs to settle. And unfortunately, Bobby Hopkinson has put it out of bounds. That is back to the tee for 3. Now, the others in the group would have seen that. There's been always lots of discussion about this in golf and for some in foot golf, whether the player who did the best on the last hole should tee off first. Many see it as a disadvantage going first, and certainly the players behind him there will have seen that and taken probably 10, 15 yards off the ball. So perhaps a disadvantage to go first. Should that mean the player going worst then goes first? Now that is a massive hit and enormous, and he's actually made the edge of the green in 1. That is absolutely phenomenal. I guess that's the difference between being right-footed and left-footed with the hole and the pond the way it is. So Callum Haig, who is an enormous hitter, literally just tickles it down onto the fairway. But that is an incredible shot from Zach. Using the shape of the hole. Oh, Bobby taking a tight line this time, but safely on the fairway. With the wind picking up, Zach's chosen, obviously, to hit with his favoured left foot. Whipped it round. It's climbed through the bunker and out over onto the edge of the green. So not many birdie on this hole all weekend. That's probably the best chance we've seen in a long, long time. So I think I can see the lead men. I'm sure it's the lead men or the second group going down 3 at the moment. We'll bring you all that footage when it comes up. So Callum Haig with a big boom right to left. This needs to really settle. He's absolutely pummeled that. And that's the change of conditions, though. I think the wind's just picked up a little bit. The course has dried out. That first bounce was a big one. Just making people think twice now about the power they use. We've seen about a dozen shots or so, I guess, on 5 as well, which is the long uphill, or the uphill par 5, going past rather than staying short. I think that's just because the course is drying out. So the men's second group just going down 3. We're waiting for the lead group to appear. We'll stay here now for now. Bobby Hopkinson with a really good line. It's a bit pacey. And that has gone through the back as well. The pace of this is really... Bobby out of bounds, 3 off the tee, 4 through the back. This is going to be a very difficult hole for him. Chrissy Lewis wrapping round the hole, and that's going to go back towards the hole. Thought we were going to have to move for a minute, Callum. That first bounce was massive. So Zach reaching the green in 1. That left foot swinging shot with the wind behind. This would be a very, very good birdie. Great to have Zach about this weekend. He was one of the strong contributors in the hole-in-one challenge. Safe is probably the word to describe that putt. I don't think it was really troubling the hole, but it's going to be a tap-in par. And that's more than others are going to have on this hole. So these are very, very difficult shots indeed. Callum starts it off, turns over. Is it going to turn enough? And just stays straight the other side of the hill. So the lead group of men are just coming down 2 now. So we'll see this putt out, and then we'll flip over to 2 and see the lead men coming down on the right-hand side. So Bobby Hopkinson up over the hill. Just gets it over. Needs to hit the flag. And in it goes. Brilliant from Bobby Hopkinson. Yeah. So we're going to leave that group to finish off. They've only got tap-ins as we flip over to the lead group. So that was Tom Stott. We're looking at the lead men group. Tom Stott coming down the hill. I think Ben Clark was one past the flag. It's probably about 15, 20 foot or so past. As a reminder, Carl Baker May having a good lead with this, but Ben Clark is going to come down to mark. The other ball a little bit further back. So John Neal, one of the Scottish contingent, coming down the hill, seeing how quick those are rolling and probably just taking a little bit off it. But it's going to be underneath the hole as well, so it's going to be an uphill putt. Probably about where the other ball that Ben picked up.
Sam will likely come to you in a minute once this has finished at 2. We will be in a minute once we come off at 2.
So Carl Baker May, overnight leader, 6 under, 8 under. What will today hold? He's really trickled that one down the hill. That was barely touched it, right to left, swinging in. Still got the pace and the best of the lot probably there. Oh, it's just run on a little bit. That is a very, very tricky hole to get the ball to stick at. So we'll watch these putt out. Ben Clark just looks at his line. So Ben Clark, uphill, about 30 feet away. If he's to mount a challenge, these need to go. He takes a step back. I think he's clicking his fingers and it's turned in on the right and a fist pump from Ben Clark. Is that the start of the comeback? Time will tell, but that is a very, very important putt, especially if Carl sinks his as well. John Neal up the hill. Don't think he's hit it. I think he put his head up towards the sky as soon as he hit it and knew it probably wasn't enough. A bit disappointed with that. Just Tom Stott. Looking more like Tom Selleck this weekend in a good way. It's a fine moustache he's managed to grow, which I cannot. So Tom Stott up the hill. Toe poke up the hill, gets it rolling. It's got the pace, but the line was just drifting past. So it's only the second hole, but an important putt. Carl knows that once Ben gets on a roll, there's no stopping him. So wants to try and nullify any threat as early as possible. Very considered putting technique. Same routine, whether it's 40 foot or 4 inches. Up the hill, turning into the hole and just drifts past, done exactly the same. So there's a shot back for Ben there, at least. So we will leave them and we will come back up on 5 to see this third men's group coming up 5. So these are their tee shots. So these are actually albatross shots with the wind behind and these big hitters. Oh, Chrissy Lewis is going to have to be careful. He's pulled it left, but it's not out of bounds. You can see there's a white stake further up on the right. And if you draw a straight line between both of those white stakes, he's safe. So Bobby Hopkinson starts it out right. Got a lot of air on it. Went in the air, but it's bouncing and trundling up the fairway. Oh, we've just found a bit of shade. Zach Mattioli, that left-footed, left to right, it's running up. I think it's a long way back, but they're all really going for it. And I think hitting that 110%, you're going to lose a little bit of accuracy. Callum Haig, let's see how close he can get with this. Again, probably just dragged it a little bit to the left. Trundling up the hill, lovely. That gives him a really, really, really good eagle look. Chris Lewis making a raspy noise. Disappointment from his shot. Bobby's smiling in his usual way. I think the boy could be 10 over par and he'd still be smiling. So, this is the battle behind the two lead men's groups. Next group just coming round to take their second shots on 4. We'll stay with this. Chris Lewis casually up towards the hole. Oh, again, just a long way past. So, Zach Mattioli up the hill. Pacey as well, needs to hit the flag. Oh, and it lips out. Excuse if there was any language picked up on the microphone there. So, Bobby Hopkinson. Left to right, up the hill. He's seen the others go past. Up the hill. Much better pace. And needs to turn to the right. Turn to the right. And it's going to drop in the hole. Eagle from Bobby Hopkinson. As he rightly just said, given he's out of bounds on the last hole, double bogey on 4, and an eagle on 5 evens that up for him. What the Lord takes away, he giveth, or is it the other way around? Callum Haig up the hill and in the hole. Eagles for these two boys. And par putts now for Chrissy Lewis and Zach Mattioli. Right to left, is it going to turn enough? And it's not. We've seen that half a dozen times already this morning. It keeps the line because of the pace. The course drying out rapidly this afternoon. Everyone commenting on how fast it is. We just saw the lead group all go 10 to 30 feet past hole 2. So we'll stay on this and see these out, and then we'll pop back round to hole 4 to try and see those. Chrissy Lewis finishes off. So, Zach Mattioli. Left to right, starts it left and turns in and lips out. That's so unlucky. Again, just seeing once again that anything outside of the hole just isn't there. So conditions changing. The wind picking up, the course drying out, the birds are singing. So I think we're going to pick up quickly these putting out on 4 and then probably head over to the groups coming down 7 while there's a break behind us. So this is the second group. I'll just grab my phone on the way past. The frustrating thing about being in beautiful places like this in this weather is that I can hear the birds tweeting and I have no time to go on my Merlin Bird ID app to see what they are. First world problems, people. So, quick update on the scores while we watch the footage here. In the junior section, Connor is 3 under through 10 and holds a 10-shot advantage, with Kyle and Harrison both 6 under overall. So the battle for second and third place is hot right now. Men's Senior Plus, Mark Eaglestone has turned the corner and gone 3 under through 8, taking a 1-shot lead against Jan Willem Arntzen, who is 2 over par. So realistically, probably a shootout for first and second there, with Derek Mills waiting in the background. And in the senior men, they've just gone past us on 5 and up at the top of the hill. Gary Fisher 1 under through 5, Mark Nicholson 1 under through 7. Gary Fisher now has a 4-shot lead, and the rest are between 2 over and 4 over, right down to 8th place. So everything to play for there. The women, Michaela has managed to claw to 1 under through 10. Claire Williams 2 under through 10, so a 6-shot advantage. 1 under plays 5 over for Michaela in the women. And in the men, it's tough conditions. Gonzalo Novosad, who was out earlier today with the best score at 4 under through 11, currently tied 7. The rest really struggling. That said, further down the leaderboard, Nathan Napasamy 5 under through 12, and Chris Hopton we saw with a couple of really good shots earlier at 6 under through 12. But the leaders, there or thereabouts, Carl Baker 1 over, the rest even in that lead group. So just a 3-shot advantage for Carl now. Closed by 1 through 2 holes. Everything to play for. So in for Bastin, Christopher Anderson. Teammate at Pedham Place Foot Golf Club. And unfortunately that is missed to the left.
Jake will be coming over 7 once the putt is finished on 4.
So Ando to finish up. And in it goes. So they wander down to 5. So we'll pick up some greenside action over on 7 as they come down the hill. This is the lead men's group. So Gary Fisher a little bit past the hole. It's probably a sensible place to go. Uphill putt from him, downhill from some others. Sensible play from Gary. Walking confidently but thoughtfully down the fairway. Always thinking, always trying to manage the course, stay 1 step ahead. It's not always easy to manage a lead. Sometimes it's easier to come from behind. But he's got a 4-shot lead. Gary Scull's been his nearest threat at the moment, but there's another 6 or 7 holes up the course. So the advantage is certainly with Gary. We're looking for somebody in that group behind to really make a difference. That one from Bolts, unfortunately, has trickled past the hole. I think that's probably where he wanted to be originally, just lower on the hole. Yeah. So we'll watch this putt from Paul Bolton. And we're going to flick to the lead men. We saw them briefly over on 2 putting out, and they're now making their way through to 4. So whether he's gained another shot or whether that's the from hole 2, Ben Clark, first on the tee box. A worrying sign for Cole. Passes it down. That needs to settle. I think coming onto this tee box, they just don't know how quick it is. I say being first off is definitely not an advantage here. So, John Neal. So, Cole Baker May. Side foot, nice and easy, onto the fairway. And even that is running so much faster than it has done. He's standing there watching it, just hoping it doesn't keep rolling. Yeah, you can. Yeah, yeah. Yep.
It's the guy in red.
What's gone out of bounds?
So from now on, we're just going to follow this group. So Jake, if you can come over and do 5. Sam, you'll then move to 6 on your position yesterday. Jake will back to 7. Sam then again. Just going to follow.
So Steve Bastin on 5. I know the camera's not there at the moment, but just an update. Absolutely smashed it off the tee box on 5. It came over the path, rolled back, touched the grass, and unfortunately it's going all the way back down the path to the tee box. And I think that is going to be a long way from them. So John Neal, big outswinger, up and in. Big first bounce again. It needs to settle. It needs to come off the bank. And I'm not sure that's turning off. And we will see where that settles. It's about 3 foot from the pin. So I'll be happy with that. That was a big swinger. We'll have to see how this pans out, but somebody whistling while they work. You whistling, John? John Neal whistling either through happiness or some other emotion. So Tom Stott, same sort of line, but a lot flatter. And the flatter line in these conditions is going to run up through the back. We've seen a lot of that in the last few holes. So they're just going to wait while Steve Bastin plays from 5. This is his second shot. Making sure that one stays in play. But definitely a disadvantage for Bastin finding the path. So I think it's Ben to play. Just waiting for the buggies to go past. They go right up to the back of the tee box. So Ben Clark, right to left swinger. It's a great Swazi one. That just needs to settle a little bit. It's Can turn back off of the bank towards the hole. And it's just fallen short and come inside. But that's a really good lead from Ben. He'll be happy with that. So, leader, Cole Baker May. In the background, we're hearing Chrissy Lewis's life story about his round so far. It sounds up and down, to say the least. And this one from Cole Baker May has settled back in, and it's touched the right edge and just past the hole. He would have so loved to have got that one gone in, just to give him a little bit more breathing space again. So he'll come up and tap that in. And Cole finishes off. So Tom Stott. From the back. It's going to be a difficult one. Just needs to trickle it over the edge. It needs to go. It has. I think it's going to drift right of the hole though, and just needs to settle. Just needs to settle in there. And unfortunately, that has gone such a tricky position. I don't think he went far enough left, and it picked up the steep angle of the slope and run away. So Tom Stott from the back. Up over the hill. It's going to turn right, but I think the pace is too much for it there. It's just going to turn back away. He'll come up and maybe mark. And he's going to finish. In it goes. So Ben Clark. Cole, unfortunate for he's not to drop in. Ben Clark finishes off and they move down to hole 5. So
Can you let us know when you're on Jake's camera, and then we can let Sam know.
So we're going to pick up the camera at the top of the hill. Christopher Anderson up the hill towards the flag. It needs to turn right now. It needs to turn right, and it's just turned right a little bit far.
Me and Sam were talking.
So Neil Shave up the hill, right to left. Just gonna, is it going to turn in the back door? And it's in. Shot from Neil Shave. So Steve Bastin, 2 from the bottom, 3 from there. I think, believe it or not, this is probably still a birdie putt. He would love this to go in after that unfortunate tee shot. He was an inch away from it being safe. Up the hill. Left edge, it's not going to fall back from there, unfortunately. And a par here is going to feel like at least the drop shot today. And in it goes. So, Josh Patton. Safely in, and Christopher Anderson pops it in. Good finish from Ando. So they will move up to the top of 6. I think we're going to try and zoom in down to the bottom for the lead men. Perfectly in time for Ben Clark to tee off. So next off the tee, John Neal, big right to left swinger. Just needs to settle a little bit. It's not bad on that edge. So Carl Baker May would have seen those before. Seen the Baston incident on the path, and we'll just be looking to get this safely in the middle of the fairway. Strong, low, driven, top spin. That's very safe. That's all he needs. Keep it in play. Tom Stott with a big swinger up that left-hand side as well. Opens up the angle slightly, but anywhere across that middle section will be all right.
Just lost Jake. Is your batteries all right?
Yeah, you're on camera. I was wrong.
Oh.
So please bear with us while we just rearrange the cameras here. So good old-fashioned non-camera commentary. Carl Baker May, big hit up, strong first bounce, and that's going to chase up nicely. That is chasing up directly underneath the hole, and that is going to give him an absolutely brilliant look of eagle. That is a shot and a half from Carl. We're back. So he will be absolutely buzzing with that. Just find a bit of shade up here to the right-hand side. Face of concentration as he goes past. So just waiting to see for this to be marked. So Tom Stott. lots of air on this one. It needs to come round to the left. It needs to settle. I think it's going to come over the path. It shouldn't run anywhere unless he gets an unlucky bounce. But that, unfortunately, is going to be very tricky. So John Neal up the back. I'm just going to go and stand behind Stotty's ball now, and he's got a line over the root of a tree, over the path, through a bunker, onto the green. So that's tricky. So next one, Mark. So Ben Clark to play. This is climbing the hill nicely. It's a little bit further left than the other two, but still a good chance of attack. With the line, difficult, but it's a line nonetheless. The rake just being moved out of the way. So just think like this. Just want to get it close. Oh, so it just skipped out of the bunker and picked up a little bit of pace. A really, really good shot. Carl Baker May. Up the hill. Needs to get there. Oh. So, chance for another shot back by Ben Clark. Thanks again for joining. Please like, share, and subscribe as we watch Ben Clark. Up the hill, left to right. It's turning and it's in, and a fist pump from Ben. The attack is well and truly on. Hunting his prey. Carl Baker May trying to stay ahead of the game. John Neal up the hill. He's underhit it, I think. 2 or 3 times we've seen John. I think he did exactly the same over on 2 a minute ago and has now done it on there. They'll be disappointed with that. So Tom looking to see this out. Struggling to find a point for it to sit on. Just agreeing. He couldn't put it exactly where the marker was because there was no sort of a point. So nearest position, the group just agreeing it. So there's no trouble later. Very, very sensible. And once these clear this hole, I'm going to take a 60-second break for some convenience and we'll come straight back to you. That's unlucky from Tom. So 2 or 3 of those. So I'm going to put the microphone down there for 60 seconds or so and we'll come back to you as soon as I can. Sorry, that's 3 bottles of water in. I needed to.
What does even mean?
Means that he's used the same number of shots as it should be.
Oh, okay. So he's dead.
So, thank you for joining us again. A reminder, you are watching the Manor and Ashbury Resorts Oakhampton course here from the Kelmay National Tour English Open 2026 from Oakhampton down in Devon. We thank you for joining us this afternoon. This is the thick end of the action. The first 9 holes of all of the leading groups. We will see these through these 8 holes on this side of the course before picking up and relocating to hole 18. And we will get all of the groups for you, every single one of those, once we get over there and set up, following through the action. As Josh Patton parks his buggy, he said nobody can get past.
You're getting everything from Sam's camera now because I can get Jake to move.
Okay.
Yeah, we can potentially get it all.
So just rolling back. Oh, sat right on the edge of the hole. Oh, yes, please. Thank you. It's lunch sorted. Oh, okay. So I don't think the wind helped that very much. It was just a little bit sat on the right-hand edge. Good zoom. Really good zoom.
Yeah.
So, Ben Clark. Just helping sort out a relief situation from the path. No, struggling to get the ball to settle. Just trying to find a suitable position for it and get the group to agree that's okay. So, situation sorted. Tom Stott will pop that in. It wouldn't have counted if it had fallen that late because it was outside of the time limit. So, just looking at the angles where he needs to play, where it's going to fall off the bank, taking his time, rightly so. So let's see. We can do one final check. Right. Bit of tree in the way. Oh, and it's just rolled again. It's a very tricky part of the course for that to be on. So we'll stay with this and see what happens, but we'll give you an update to the other scores. The juniors are now through 12 holes, and Connor Bennett has a 6-shot lead over Cole Dunn. There's a further 2 shots back to Harrison Baker. So second and third, 8 under, 6 under, Connor Bennett, 14 under. So Ben Clark up over the hill. Oh, it's hit the flag and it stayed out. Oh my God. If that wasn't in, it was going miles, but it was so close to being in. What a brilliant line he had there. That was a little bit unlucky not to drop. A lot of the time they hit the flag and they just drop straight in. But good recovery. The men's senior plus, Mark Eagleston has a 2-shot lead, 4 under for today through 10, which is really good. Second place, Jan Willem Arnsen. And the men's senior, Gary Fisher, retains a 4-shot lead, being 2 under through 9 today. So Gary Fisher 3 under, Glenn Cook 1 over, Gary Sculls 2 over. A reminder, Gary Sculls is 5 under through 14. So 4-shot lead for Gary Fisher, and the group behind are 1 over, 2 over, 3 over, and then a big group on 5 over. So everything's still to play for there. As we see Carl Baker May just finish up. Claire Williams is 3 under today and 2 under overall, and actually now has a 12-shot lead over Michaela Hill through 12 holes. And the men, as we're watching them move away from the hole, Carl Baker May through 5 holes had a 3-shot lead from John Neal and a 4-shot lead from Ben Clark. The rest are another 3, 4, 5, 6 shots back. So these 3 are 14 under, 11 under and 10 under. The ones really looking to do something. Tom Stott, unfortunately, has had a treacherous opening 5 holes and is 5 over par. So probably a difficult road back to retain the top 4 position from there. So that's the scores updated. We will follow these coming down 7 shortly. I say we'll watch them through 7 and 8, and then we will pack up. We will bomb over to hole 18 and hopefully pick up all of these lead groups coming down 18. So, hot conditions. Tom Stott with a very, very big hit. Just gone slightly left. Just going to try and find a bit of shade down here on 7. So when you pop into the shade, you can really feel that wind. Not sure I put enough suntan lotion on this morning. Ben Clark, wow, over the top of the tree. Big first bounce and bounding down the fairway. That went so high in the sky and has taken a big bound down the fairway. So Ben, 3rd to tee off, and Carl Baker May, worryingly for him, 4th to tee off, still holding an advantage, but would like it to be a bit more comfortable. Carl Baker May inside of the tree rather than over the top of it. And that's going to come down that left-hand side where Tom Stott is. That's a little bit tricky to come back at the line of the hole from there. It's still possible. There's a couple of little bumps in the way. So they will have to navigate that. I've just done them all. I've just done them all from the under the umbrella. So, lead men's group. They're a hole and a half, or maybe 2 holes behind the rest at the moment. Been a couple of situations to sort out with balls and marking. So, first to play, it's going to be Carl Baker May. Just from round the back of the trees, he's going to have to get a bit of right to left whip on this. Get it in the air, tracking down and around the hole. Ideally, at least at it or past it. He's hit it low and hard. It's running down to the right-hand side. I'm not sure if he had enough angle to get all the way round to the hole from there. It's difficult to tell, but it's below the hole. 35 foot away, but it's giving himself a chance. That's the main thing with this. Tom Stott out on the right-hand side. Looking for a lot of whip on here to get it back into play. Lots of whip, low, skips off the top. Again, just because of the angle, I think that's been attacked by a wasp or a bee, excuse me. That's done well to get there. Done really, really well to get there. It's come back in nicely. Again, it's above the hole, downhill putt, but that's a really, really good recovery. So Tom will come down and mark that. And excuse what I said about the hole advantage. I think the group in front of this are literally leaving hole 8. So I wonder if there's been some trouble there or not. So we'll keep you up to date with all the scores as they come. John Neal needs to get over this mound. That's it. Sends it back left towards the hole. Just there's another little ridge here. If it gets over that ridge, it's going to turn out onto the green really nicely. And that is a really, really good shot from John Neal. Oh, a big sigh and noise emanating. Even the noise without words was in a Scottish accent, weirdly. But an unbelievable shot. So Ben Clark, last to play, furthest off the tee. Navigate these hills. Off the foot, running down. Over the hills, it's just coming back in now. That's it. So that is going to turn down. It needs to turn left. Is it going to turn left off of this? And that is another very, very, very good shot. And just settling in underneath the hole as well, just for good measure. It's a great shot from Ben Clark. So for me, I guess that shows position is everything. John Neal and Ben Clark able to get it within a couple of foot from centre fairway, whereas Tom and Carl being out of position on that left-hand side, the right as we look, in the little gully round by the trees is really, really difficult to get back and whip it round towards the hole. So Carl Baker made to play. Up the hill, heading towards the hole. He's walking after it, but he doesn't like it. It's gone past the hole. Great shot, Ben. So Tom Stott looking just to tickle it down to the hole. It just didn't turn back enough. I'll make a May out. Oh my lord! It stays left, and in the silence was palpable. You could literally cut it with a knife. Everything was still. Nobody was breathing. That is massive. Ben Clark in. That is a game changer. That could change everything. The attack is well and truly on. Cole needs to try and steady the ship somehow here. They now move on to hole number 8. Oh dear, that's unattractive.
That wasn't intentional, Grievous. Yeah.
I double chinning there, Owen.
So we're still on you, Jake. We're just waiting for your wireless to come back, Sam.
Updated, yeah. Yeah, just got vision.
So
Yeah,
tee shot,
now.
large, over the hill, rolling down and onto the green. This needs to settle a little bit, but off that left-hand edge, it's actually not too bad. There's a good pathway back across the green from there. So next to play. Ben Clark. Him and John Neal both chasing down Carl at the moment. Up it goes. Drops onto the other side of the hill. Does that kick it on? That looks as though it is running down. If that stays, that's perfect. If it goes, it's still not, but that is a great shot. It's really good. It's held on from there.
Come on then, Ben. One more.
Sam, stick on green, please.
So Tom starts. Not sure if this is going to be left foot or outside of the right. It's a left foot side pass. Oh. I think that has caught the edge of the pond. Unfortunately. Tom Stott, bless him, is not having a very happy afternoon. So Carl Baker May needs to steady the ship. It's an amazingly good player. Well within him to steady this and push on. It's always hard when you've got people breathing down your neck. So we will watch this hole out and then we will give you an update on the scores. And then we are packing up and moving down to 18 to give you the rest of the footage from the afternoon. So Carl Baker May making no mistakes off the back of the bank. Off to the left-hand side. That's just going to drag into the bunker, which isn't the bad place to be. He knows where it is from there. So we'll follow these down and watch this play out.
Yeah, continue to track them, that's fine. Yeah.
So Tom, as expected, point of entry of the water, taking a drop, 2 meter relief, no nearer the hole. And he'll just play this side foot, maybe even through the bunker or the edge of the bunker. Try and get it running down the hill towards the hole. Difficulty with playing through the bunker is the lip the other side. So across the green, avoiding the right hand side, so it's tracking across the green. Needs to pick up a little bit of pace. He'll keep going, but perhaps not as far down as he wanted. That'll be marked. And let's see how the rest of this hole plays out.
Go back in.
So John Neal up onto the green. But again, perhaps not as far as expected. So let's see what Cole can do here. There's protection behind. Doesn't want to leave it short. Up, over the top, swazzing right to left. The pace is good. It's tracking down. I'm just going to settle in underneath the hole. Just finding that patch of rough. So a chance. I think he would have liked it to be a bit closer, but he would love to see that go in just to steady things. So Ben Clark from the left-hand side, left to right, across the green, bending down to look at the line. Oh, it just misses left edge. Wow, that would have been even more damaging. So we'll watch this play out and just refresh the scores and see where we are. So Ben safely in. Through 7 holes. Carl Baker-May and John Neal both tied at 13 under par, with Ben Clark only 2 shots back at 11 under par. These 3, I don't think, will be caught. Neil Shave on 7 under, Josh Patton on 6 under, Samo Marinisek on 5 under, Callum Haig 5, Zach Mattioli 5, Christopher Anderson 5, Tom Stott 5. So there's a big group behind. But the overnight lead has evaporated. John Neal tied with Carl Baker-May, and Ben Clark on a rampage, 4 under through 7, looking to try and close the gap. 2 shots behind John and Carl. So we watch him putt out on 8. And it's in, and a fist pump. He's on a roll. We will just check the rest of the scores from the other categories while we were here as they walk off. So we will look at the juniors, or the women's, sorry, is Claire Williams, 3 under par through 14. Claire has a 12-shot lead. They're through 14, so they're just coming up to the tricky 15th. We'll catch up them at the end. The men's senior groups, Gary Fisher has a 3-shot lead, 2 under for the day. Glyn Cook is 2 under for the day and evens overall. So Gary Fisher's lead is 3, and there's a further 3 back from Glyn to Mark Nicholson. That's the men senior. The men senior plus is very tight between Mark Eaglestone and Jan Willem Arntzen. 2 over for Mark, 3 over for Jan Willem. through 12, so everything to play for there. And the junior section, Connor Bennett retains a 6-shot lead. That's diminished a little bit, but 6 shots with 5 to play, and tight between the other two on 9 under and 6 under. So we will leave you there while we pack up and we move to hole 18. Thank you again for watching us from the Manor and Ashbury Resort, the Kelme National Tour English Open. We're going to bring you some footage from across the course. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe and share while you look at these wonderful shots of the result of the 18th, and we will come back to you as soon as we can. Thank you very much. And welcome back. We have rapidly moved from over on 8 down to 18, and you can see the tee shot hammered away at the top of the hill. Wind slightly helping today. I don't think we're going to see as many people in the water as we did yesterday. Don't think it's going to affect as many people. So we are just on the 18th. We're at the top of the hill, and we're just establishing a shot at the bottom as well. And we will go back and bring you an update on the scores as quickly as we can. We might even try and grab some interviews for you as we go along.
Yeah, just stay on wide. You can, stay on wide for a minute.
Oh, that's gone a long way right, that one. Can't quite make out who it is from here.
Jake's ready to pick up. Actually, Jake's in position now, so you can.
And we can pick this up on.
Zoom in when it kicks off. Yeah, follow in Sam for a minute.
So I think that is the figure of Alex Hewitson at the top of the hill. That will be Daniel Mon, Rob Bucklow, Alex Hewitson, and Roy Roberts. So on the green here we have William Morrison, Gary Sculls, Toby Robinson, and Paul Lloyd. So Gary Sculls to play. Senior man, he's had a great round today. Across the green. He's looking at it carefully. He's making its way there. And it's just going to fall short. Oh, he's down on his haunches. It didn't need much more than that. And Gary will finish off. And this group wrap up and high fives all around the group behind just coming in. Gary, you got 1 minute. You got 1 minute just for a quick chat. Well done, mate. Good round.
Thank you.
Good stuff. We have to get a bit closer. Just have to come out the way of these boys. There's camera.
Oh.
So you join us here with Gary Sculls. Absolutely lightning start for you today. Tearing the course apart. I think you were 5 under at one point.
That's right.
Settled things down a little bit, but still finished 3 or 4 under par at the end.
4 under. I think that was I had a putt there for 5. I got a nice birdie at 17 as well, which amazing round. Do you know what I mean? I couldn't have asked for any more today, but yeah, you still come off thinking
what could have been.
I could have been 7. I could have been 8. No, listen, I'm absolutely just made up with that today.
But
and, Aye, great course. Great course.
And you've clearly enjoyed the weekend. I've seen you
Oh,
mingling and
it's my first
talking
time.
to people,
My
but
first
just
time
tell
here.
us a little bit about your experience.
So I've heard a lot about it, obviously, through the other guys for the Scottish Foot Golf Association. Will, former winner, one of my best pals on the tour. And I thought to myself, well, it was time for me to come and experience it. And what an experience it's been. The weather, it's shining. It's a hard course, probably one of the hardest courses I've played. But no, it's been brilliant meeting new people, new courses, new venues, and just enjoying it, mate. Just enjoying it.
Right, thank you very much. We'll catch up with you later on. Cheers, Gary. Thank you. So we'll flick back to the action on 18 as Rob Mucklow comes down onto the green. As Gary said, that's his first experience of this course. Hearing good things from the other Scots who have had some success here over the years. That's just off the green. So we'll continue to commentate here, and we're hoping to get a roaming camera up as well. We have the one at the top of the course, and we have the one down here on the green. So we'll just pop back to the studio. And when I say studio, I mean the back of the Seth Conway media van, and see what shots we've got and what is happening across the course. So let's see where we are. We are on the top of the hill. Just waiting for those to... So there is the green where the ball's just coming down. So we'll watch this group finish our perfectly timed back to the top of the hill. So Nathan Apasami, a big boom, and you can see the difference in conditions from today to yesterday. But that has gone round the corner. I'm not sure if that has gone out of bounds or if that is going to come back out. I think, unfortunately for Nathan, that is probably out of bounds. He's going to come down and have a look. So while Nathan runs down, we'll flick across to the camera. And we'll see this putt across the green. So Roy Roberts declares himself the better of the foot golfers of the twins. Oh, rattles past that, but that needs to stop or it's going to run down the bank. Unfortunately, that runs just down behind the studio. It's got a clear path back, but it's not easy up and down from there. Chris Hopton has had a really, really good round today. A little bit of a lay-in this morning has got him out fresh. As we flick back to Daniel Mon down at the bottom of the course. Look at the conditions. The greens have been absolutely fabulous. That one runs past the edge, and that's going to have to be careful as well. That runs slightly over. So dry, it's foaming up all the time. Back to the top of the hill. Fraser Grant, left foot down the path, skips over. Is it going to turn left or is it going to skip over? We're going to run up and have a look. So Roberts down on 18, and it sinks it in. Roberts on 18. He'll be happy with that after running through. So back to the top. Max Baker, affectionately known as Jeff. As we see that putt coming in, trickling it in. So the boys at the top of the hill, even though the tee box is probably slightly further forward, it's still causing trouble. The wind has really picked up. And it's now strongly left to right as they stand on the tee box. You can see the flags down here and at the top of the course. So I think Nathan's probably went out of bounds. Fraser's stayed inbounds on the path. And one of them is right down here on the edge of the lake. So Mucklow tups in on the green. Daniel Mon from behind the hole, up the hill, turning over the top, opening up, walking after it, and it just falls to the right-hand side. So the next shot on this, Nathan's 3 off the tee, goes into the ditch. I think it's probably dry, but not ideal for your next shot, as just seen Max Baker pick his ball up out of the lake. So scrap everything I said about it not being as hard. That was a great finish from Alex Hewitson. So they'll go off and mark the cards and make sure everything is okay as the buggies from that group on 18 come down the course. Now, luckily past the ball, so Max Baker to play. I think they're probably discussing the line of entry where it went in, and then that drop will be the other side of the pond. So he'll be hoping to progress it as far as he can from here. Right to left, swinging in, bouncing down the hill. Just caught the left-hand side and that's recovered. So there's another group coming to the tee box in the next minute or so. The action, I think, is now going to be thick and fast as they come down. I've put another lot of lotion on, you'll be pleased to know. Stay safe. Nathan goes into the pond. The edge of it is certainly dry, so it's a hazard kick for Nathan. 3 off the tee, 4 from there. He'll be looking to try and progress this as much as he can. So Hopton marks. While these are coming down, we'll just flip back to the leaderboard and see what has been going on since we've been gone. So we will soon be expecting to see the lead groups coming through. The juniors are through 16 and Connor Bennett's lead is now just 4 with 2 holes to play. Connor Bennett is 13 under. Kyle Dunn, who is 4 under for the day, is 9 under overall. And Harrison Baker, who is 2 under for the day, 6 under. So Connor Bennett 13, Kyle Dunn 9, Harrison Baker 6. Senior Plus is still a tie through 14. Jan Willem Arnson and Mark Eaglestone, both 2 over total through 14, with a 5-shot gap back to Derek Mills and a further 5 to Mike Stokes. But through 14, we know what can happen on 15 and 16 for sure. The senior men, Gary Fisher holds a 1-shot lead. Glyn Cook has put his foot down and now 3 under through 12, so 1 under total. So 1-shot lead for Gary Fisher, 2 under. Glyn Cook 1 under. Gary Scholes, who we've just interviewed, finished 4 under for the day and 3 under total. There's a group of 2 others, being Mark Nicholson and Paul Hammond at 3 over as well. So those podium places ought to play for, and even possibly Glyn chasing down Gary Fisher at the top. The women, no change. Claire Williams is 3 under for the day and 2 under overall. So holds an 8-shot advantage. Sorry, excuse me, a 12-shot advantage over Michaela Hill with 2 to play. And in the men, we saw things hotting up as we left. Cole Baker May is rallying. Cole Baker May is fighting. He is even for the day, 14 under overall. So the men is Cole Baker Mate 14, John Neal 13, and Ben Clark 12. The rest 5 shots back. It's going to be hard to see anyone else challenging those positions. Ali Dick is having a good round with 5 under through 16. Gonzalo Novosad 4 under through 16. Nathan Apasami up until this hole was 5 under par. He will be distraught that this final hole has worked out like that for him. There are some very, very strong players in the mix, and it's going to be interesting. The gap between 4th and 14th is only 4 shots, with lots still to play for. So we will keep you updated with those scores as they come through. At the moment, through 10 holes, Cole Baker May has a 1-shot advantage over John Neal, who has a 1-shot advantage over Ben Clark. All to play for.
I was going to take over from you. And you go for lunch with Jake.
And Nathan to finish off 5 under to that point through 17. So Chris Hopton up onto the green. He had an unbelievable start today. Chris Hopton's opening 7 holes were birdie, par, birdie, par, birdie, birdie, eagle. Unfortunately, the stretch 15, 16, 17 resulted in 4 dropped shots and a bogey on 13. So up until this point, he was 1 under par for the round, but an absolutely amazing start for Hopton this morning. So across, up, over the top onto the green and just runs a little bit past. It's always hard to get it to stick there. It's either got to go in or it's gone. So Chris Hopton. And unfortunately, I think it's those earlier bogeys and double bogeys have just cost him a little bit. It's probably another dropped shot there. Fraser Grant tidies up. the question, the frustration is always, why didn't I do that first time? But there it is. It's never as easy as that. So this is the group of Kyle Brown, Andrew Duffy, Dan James and Talon Anir. And that was Talon Anir that we saw absolutely demolishing that ball. Probably slightly in anger down the fairway. So Kyle Brown up onto the green. Just rolling back slightly. Wasn't able to get it up onto the second tier.
Yeah, no worries.
Again, but there's no one coming through the hedge yet. I'll yeah. Perhaps I'll pick it up on this camera just from a little bit further away. Thanks. Yeah. So Dan James, centre left fairway. A big boom down. That is absolutely rapid up onto the green. That's the lower side, so it's got a hit or it's gone, and that is gone, unfortunately. We've seen it go in from there. It's honestly not the worst place in the world to be. So Talon, side foot up onto the step. And just as we thought there was going to be a break, a group appears at the top of the hill. So we'll catch those coming down when they're ready. Andrew Duffy seemingly singing Kevin and Perry song. Not a reference for the kids, that one. That is a monstrous tee shot. You can see the difference the conditions make. These flags now, wind slightly behind on the top of the hill, the tee box refreshed. These are getting down a long, long way. So Cole Brown, right to left, it's just drifted a little bit and going to settle in at the back. So the group at the top of the hill we're looking at are the last before the main groups come through. Samo Moranasek, Ali Dick, Gonzalo Novosad and Lee Bennett. Cole Brown finishes up. Dan James from the back, up and over the top. The line just really wasn't there, unfortunately. It always gets to this point and there's a little bit of frustration sets in for those that have been struggling. It's been a long, long weekend.
Yeah, brilliant.
Even at this stage, through the pain, they're managing to laugh and joke. Andrew Duffy, the biggest joker of the lot, complaining about the laughter. And a finish from Duffy. They've had fun along the way, and that's what it's about. We need to remember, whilst this is a serious competition, friendships are made, laughter is had, and despite some high scores, there can be some fun along the way. Life's too short, right? So as these come down the hill, we will have a quick look back at the scores and see where we are. We are sat behind the 18th green, waiting for the last groups to come down. Believe it or not, we only have 8 groups left for the day. The main leading groups in each category. So the next ones through will be the women. So we will start with those. Claire Williams with a 13-shot lead, 3 under for the day, 2 under overall. She will be appearing shortly at the top of the hill. And they will be followed by the juniors with Connor Bennett back to a 5-shot lead, 1 under for the day. A birdie picked up somewhere in the last couple of holes. So a 5-shot lead with 1 to play. Kyle Dunn with a 2-shot lead over Harrison Baker in 3rd. Once they are through, we will see the senior men plus. And again, it is still tied. We have Jan Willem Arsen and Mark Eaglestone both at 3 over through 15. There's a 4-shot gap back to Derek Mills. That is going to go to the wire. After the senior plus, we have 2 senior groups coming through. That is currently tied at the top. Glenn Cook ramping up the pressure against Gary Fisher's lead. They are now both 2 under each, with a 5-shot back to Gary Sculls at 3 over, Mark Nicholson 3 over, Paul Hammond 3 over par. Everything to play for. They have 5 holes remaining at the top, although that may be less. The signal out there is a little bit treacherous. And then the men, we saw that closing up. Cole Baker May has retained a 1-shot lead over John Neal and Ben Clark. But again, that says through 10. We saw them through 8. I suspect we advanced a little bit there, but the lead is 1. Cole Baker May 14, Neal 13, 12. Tamo Marinasek fighting a late charge at 7 under through 7. And we will see him coming down. I think he's in this group on the green now, so we will see those through. But everything to play for. The overnight lead, as we saw, completely dissipated, but Carl managing to claw back and get a 1-shot lead. Lots of excitement to come. You can see the women at the top of the hill ready to play once this group comes through. So we'll see these through. And the leaders and the winners will be decided. And I'm certain that there will be a playoff or 2 along the way. And that is a great shot.
Great player. Like a young Stephen Greenbridge.
Sadly, for champion for green one.
Not to mention it.
Was that to finish so close to going? So, Lee Bennett from the back of the green. We know what this needs to be done. Up over the hill. Turning over. It's going to turn right. Just needed. It's difficult, so difficult to get the angle from back there. Okay, we'll mark that. It'll take his time. So, Samo had a late charge this afternoon. Squats in, sends it on its way. We've seen these travelling left, but that one hits the flag and drops in. So Lee Bennett safely in the hole from Lee, and Ali Dick to close out. And Ali Dick in the hole, wondering what could have been despite one large score. We all have ifs and buts. He's played magnificently the whole weekend and so much to be happy for. And what a shot this is, by the way. Claire with an unbelievable shot coming in. Claire, who in the matter of a small putt will be crowned champion of the English Open. We'll get a piece to camera as Claire finishes up this hole. So Michaela Hill from that left-hand side, sending the ball in. This will turn back towards the hole. The protection of the back will turn it back even more. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. So Claire helpfully Michaela's ball as they come in the path. As Claire throws the ball away and makes Jojo run after it. So we wait for Claire to finish up and be crowned 2026 English Open champion and deserving winner who's been away from the game on and off over the last year or so, but has retained her class. She is a legend of the sport. in the female category and continues to amaze at what she does. Jojo cements 3rd place at the English Open. Michaela to finish up. Sends it on its way, hits the flag and goes in. And Claire Williams becomes English Open 2026 woman champion. Really, really well deserved. What a great weekend of foot golf from Claire. Claire, have you got... I'm just thinking. No. Okay. Well done.
Thank you, mate.
Well done. So we're joined by Claire Williams, English Open 2026 champion. Tell us about the weekend. I know things have been difficult over the last few months and in the build up to it. It's great to see you back.
It's been a really hard year because obviously I've in the heart attack and then the problems on the back of that. I've lost a lot of fitness. I've been trying to work my way back and then I got tendonitis down that tendon. So I've been struggling with that all weekend. But it just meant I had to rely very much on my short game because I'm getting out hit by Michaela, which wasn't always the case. And she's improved so much. So I had to play my best approach play and putting, and thankfully it's come off. And she made a couple of mistakes where she's still learning the game, but she's improved so much and she's going to be a top player. So it's just been a great weekend in an amazing place yet again, great organisation. And just I like it here. So I think I've won 3 times. It was just the Masters where I messed up Oakwood, which I got just 400 just there, which is a really good score on Oakwood.
400 on Oakwood is tremendous. I think you've had a great weekend. I think we've been surrounded by good people. I think we're just saying the camaraderie this weekend has been great. You know, the darts competition. We've had the hole-in-one challenge as well, that you were at yesterday. So yeah, look, I just want to say congratulations.
Thank
well
you.
done. It's so well deserving.
And you've been there for my journey, so I appreciate everything you've done for me as well.
We've had some great times along the way, and we will continue to do so.
Come in our group.
Thank you very much.
Take care,
Look
Stevie.
after yourself.
Thank you, guys.
And we move swiftly back to the juniors. This is the end of the juniors as well. Connor Bennett will be looking just to play sensibly here. Some coaching from Uncle Duffy from the sideline. That will just settle. There's a little bit of rough there. It just needs to settle a little bit more. And that, unfortunately, has just tipped over the edge. So a reminder, before this hole, Connor Bennett had a 5-shot advantage over Kyle Dunn, who had a 2-shot advantage over Harrison Baker. So, just moving, checking Connor's bolt. It's playing up from the back. Up it comes. He's been sensible there. He's given it enough, and there's a rough patch at the back there. That is really, really sensible play. So Connor Bennett will mark as Harrison plays from the back. Up it goes, and that looks good, and it is in from Harrison. That's a great finish. So done to finish up. Sends it a little bit right. So Connor Bennett to finish his round to become 2026 champion. Just off to the right, but there's enough in the tank. Here we go.
Well in, Connor.
Well in, Connor. Lee. Right, just get him on. You right to be up? 30 seconds or so.
Thanks to the feast for always. Lovely bed. What you get? 4.
So we'll just get them to do the formalities first and sign the scorecards. Short gap behind before the next group come through, but we're going to grab a conversation with Connor once they have done these.
Yeah. 444. Yeah. 453. 434. 35. 432. 525. 444. 33. 68. And then me. 544. 542. 333. 33.
Yeah.
543. 446. 333. 68.
So we're just wrapping up the women and juniors section of the draw. Claire Williams winning the women, Connor Bennett winning the juniors. We've got a little bit of a gap behind us on 18 now. Just want to say thank you for tuning in, for joining us. It's been an absolutely brilliant weekend for the Manor and Ashbury Resort, supported by Seth Conway Media. The hole here, I just want to take a second to explain, is very different today with the complete change in wind direction. With the tee box, you're seeing people get right down beyond both of the ponds into the middle of the fairway. So foot golf is a funny game in that respect, that you can play the same course in the same position over and over again, and a slight change in weather will really change the way that it's played. And we wonder whether that's going to come into play for the seniors and the men's a little bit later on. So lots to look out for. We're just going to grab a quick interview with Connor. Connor, firstly, congratulations. English Open 2026 champion. How's the weekend been?
Yeah, it's good. Nice course. Played well overall. Bit, well, not as good today. A lot of missed opportunities, but yeah, it's been good.
But you did enough.
Yeah,
Champion.
good enough.
Happy with the weekend overall?
Yeah.
Good luck. Congratulations. Well done. And we'll see you later at the closing ceremony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's Connor, a well-deserving winner. The junior category is really hotly contested, and it's such a difficult course for the men and the international stars. So for the juniors to do so well on this course is absolutely phenomenal. So lots still to come this afternoon. We've seen Cole Baker-May, his lead diminish back to level, and then rallying and fighting for a one-shot advantage again. We know the seniors is really close with Gary Fisher with the overnight lead, and the senior plus drawing all the way through as well. So lots to come over the next half hour or so. I think the next group are just coming to the top of the hill. So we're going to go and get in position and bring you that footage for these closing 5 or 6 groups of action. We'll pop back to the media centre and bring you an update on the scores, just as these guys tee off at the top of the hill. For the moment, thank you very much. of a playoff. These are coming through thick and fast now, and we need to be ready for anything that happens. So while we're waiting for these to come down into position, a quick look at the leaderboards. The men are through 12 holes, and Cole Baker May is tied at the top with John Neal, and Ben Clark is only one shot back. There is everything to play for. Baker May has taken a bogey somewhere to send him one over for the day. John Neal 3 under for the day. Ben Clark 5 under for the day, and Samo Maranasek, who we saw finish, was 7 under the day and finished 8 under. So everything to play for over the final 6 holes there. We have seen the women come through with Claire Williams declared champion, Michaela 2nd, and Joe Carr 3rd. We had the juniors just come through, and we saw Connor Bennett crowned champion with Carl Dunn having a 1-shot advantage over Harrison Baker. Next coming through, we have the senior plus men. We have Marco Ilgestone, who has eked out a 1-shot advantage over Jan Willem Arsen, and they have a 3-shot lead over Derek Mills. So Jan Willem looking to get a shot better than Mark Eaglestone on this hole to send that to a playoff. And in the senior category, things are back in the favour of Gary Fisher at the top. Glenn Cook drew it back level, but Gary Fisher has gone 2 shots clear, 3 under, 1 under. Gary Skulls 3 over. So still lots to play for. Chances of playoffs. I'm not sure who we're looking at the moment. But A, he's not in foot golf attire, and B, he's vaping. And my own club at Pedden Place know how I feel about people vaping on the course and what the rules are. So perhaps we'll just pan away from them and come back down to the start. That is a really good shot there from Derek Mills. So a little bit short from Mike Stokes there. Looking at Jan Willem out on the right-hand side. Needs to be 1 shot better than Mark Eaglestone on this hole to force a playoff. And it comes, it picked up a little bounce there from somewhere. Marcel with a thumbs up for the last 20 yards as it rolls in. It just needs to settle, which it should do. And that is going to be marked. Kyle Brown doing a great job at marking the balls and keeping the pace of play ticking over.
I think it's Stokesy to go first. Yeah.
Ball first.
Then Eagle. Then me, then Willem.
Just sorting out the order. Stokes up onto the top tier. It just has a habit of turning left as it gets to the slope. Turned away to the edge.
Finish up, let you two go carry on. You want to? Yeah, let's do that.
So I think, given the situation, I've agreed that Derek and Mike will play out. It's probably meant he slightly rushed that, but Derek has finished. And Mike will finish off now.
Wrong course, Jen. Wrong course, you're over there.
So, Mark Eaglestone across the green. Sends it on its way. It's a good. Is it strong enough? I think it's just going to fall short on the edge of the green. Jan Willem. Sends it in the hole. I think
Congratulations, guys.
one hole,
18.
18.
You've got to replay 18 again.
We got a gap now to do it.
Yeah, you want to go there now, Jen? Yeah. You both go in one buggy?
So just a quick update on what's happening here. So Jan Willem shot 3, Mark Eagleston shot 4. So that's a draw overall. We're a Category A foot golf event, and in the over 55 category, the winning place will be determined by a 1-hole playoff. So they'll now, while we've got a gap in play, go back to the top of the hill, and we'll carry out that playoff and follow them down to see who becomes crown champion. Have they checked all the scores first? Kyle, have they done scorecard and just checked everything on the app and card first? Yeah, we need to. We need to do that before they go up. We'll have to get all that done.
Are you going up as well? You going right. Derek, where's your scorecard, mate? Yeah, I'm already going up. Wait, check my score.
Derek, can you get your card against Mike? We need these cards. Sending them up the top of the hill for the playoff. We just need these scorecards on the app verified before they go and do the playoff in case there's any discrepancies. So we'll get that done, and then we will come back to you as quickly as we can with the footage from the top.
You're not back on just yet, Sam, so we'll keep an eye on it.
So The camera is back on at the top of the hill. The players are just making their way up.
He wasn't actually the one on the boat. He's leaving it. He was like, I want to race. I was like,
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, so it ended on a draw, so they're replaying the whole.
yeah, that's fine. I'll either change cameras.
To which? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Always put it one.
So that looks as though it's gone right. I'm not sure if that has found the water or whether that has stayed dry. We'll stay up the top here and watch Jan Willem tee off as well as they come down. And then we will see where Mark is. I think Kyle Brown is further down the course, just checking on that for us. Safe, or if it goes straight, he's going to be laughing. And that is a very, very good tee shot. So we need to see where Mark's is. You can see the Senior Plus tee box in front of the men's. Gives them an advantage to get down the fairway. So we will have a look and see where that is. I think Kyle Brown is there inspecting the situation. Again, it's not out of bounds. It is a hazard. We'll have to see whether it is dry and whether he's able to play that. So you can just see Mark with Jan Willem walking down the course. The other camera shot, we've got the pond. The pond on the left-hand side. You can probably just make out Mark Eaglestone in the red at the top left of the shot, working out how to play that. As always, there's marshals on hand. We have people out on the course. And we'll bring you all of this. So he's played from the right-hand side. Unfortunately, I don't think his footing was very good. And he's found the ditch on the left. Let's wrap up that then.
Did you get that on camera?
Rob, have you got markers? Would you mind marking on the green for us?
So Mark Eaglestone out of the hazard, sends the ball down towards the hole. I think his body language says everything that needs to be said about that tee shot. Kyle Brown wandering down to mark that for him. And perfect timing with the next set just on the tee box at the back. So Jan Willem, right to left swinger. Just going to climb onto the lower section of the green. I don't think there's enough to get up to the top, but this is probably a case of nothing silly at the moment. Just needs to play this sensibly. I think a 2-putt from there will probably see him as champion. So Mark's ball up onto the green. Again, just not enough to get up. Kyle will mark that for him. Just trying to get the ball to stop. Yeah, and Willem just pacing it out. So hotly contested category, as we said earlier on. They were neck and neck all the way through, backwards and forwards. Jan Willem clawing one shot back to tie through 54 holes, and now sends it towards the hole. And that needs to settle. And that just settles at the back. I think he was frozen there for a minute. So Mark will try and sink this and put as much pressure on Jan Willem as possible. Sends it on its way. Looks as though it's just drifting left, as we've seen so many times this weekend. So Mark to finish up. So Jan Willem sends it on its way and in, and he has been crowned Senior Plus Champion 2026. We'll just go over and grab a word with them.
Why you want to play first?
Yeah, I say it.
Can you tell me?
To put pressure on him. Yeah, I know I can clear that.
So just a short discussion going on about the toss at the top and who was going to go first. We're just letting this go out. So we'll just just let them settle up. So quick conversation. This is Jan Willem. Firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
Senior Plus 2026 English Open champion. We've had 2 or 3 conversations this week, always enjoyable, and we've talked about what you're going to do and your mindset.
Yeah.
Can you tell us how that played out today, please?
Yeah, it was incredible because when he made a big failure, I made a big failure. When he made an eagle from 30 meters, I made an eagle from 10 meters. It was incredible. And at hole 16, I was at 50 meters. He got back in the bunker, got with 6. But my putt was just not good and got back down 30 meters. So instead of 4, I had also 6.
Wow.
And then, then you think, but yeah, at 18, I had luck with my first ball at the pot.
Yes.
And that's I had 3 and he had 4. Yeah, and with the playoff, he had the ball in the water and in the. So yeah, then you can easy. But then you think always, if he misses, I miss. So now I have to make him because.
Yeah, like it's a very nervous thing, I imagine. You know, Mark chose to go first off of the tee rather than go second.
Yeah, I was glad about that because I thought I had to go first. So I saw him the ball kick in the rough. So that's for me less pressure.
A little bit more relaxed. You managed to claw a shot back on 18 as well, so you were behind coming into the original hole.
Yeah,
and tied it up and went on to win. So, thoughts generally over the whole weekend? You enjoyed your time here?
Yeah, I very much enjoyed my time here. It's a good hotel with sport facilities, good food, good drinks. Excellent. And the golf course is very challenging. And I've enjoyed it. If you win, you always enjoy the weekend. But
of course, like we've loved having you here.
With the second place, I was always satisfied. But I came from 2 points behind, and And
luckily, you didn't have to be satisfied with second. You are our champion.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we'll see you later at the closing ceremony.
Thank you.
So, Senior Plus, 55 of 55 English Open champion Jan Willem. A tight ding-dong battle at the end. We'll see the next troops coming through, and we'll crown more winners as the afternoon goes on. Thank you.
So absolutely no. This is where I checked on. So me and him finished on the set. It's quite the order. It's a great night.
It's a weekend of what to big. You know, a minute in the best possible.
No,
way.
no.
You said it yourself.
Yeah, 100%.
Turn that 13 into a
this could be good.
5 and
Be a bit later. I was too sure.
That's what I mean.
one hole.
As he worded it.
But
I was waiting on you. He messaged me. I was doing my comeback
Right,
interview.
wait
I
and
was like,
see.
Grimmy will be
No,
here.
I just go
The
there.
comeback interview.
Well, that's what I would.
And you weren't there?
Right.
No, no.
I need to make sure it is what it is. It's not just me,
So, men's senior category coming down 18. Looks like DJ Hamilton, Mark Nicholson jumping back into the buggies. That is rapid. I think it's probably going to run through the back. It's Eamon Dunn, who's had a good weekend. Paul Hammond is the other member of this group. We'll just give you an update on the other scores so you're aware of what they are. Hopefully you're seeing them on our ticker tape or keeping up to date with our leaderboard. But we will go through those scores now with you. Having a little bit of trouble loading the leaderboard, so we will just stick with this group for now. So Paul Hammond from the right-hand side, up over the hill, needs to settle. I think that one's probably going through the back with Dunn as well. So Mark Nicholson would have seen those. We've seen the pace on them. So further back in this senior group, or the senior category, Gary Fisher has gone back to a 4-shot lead from Glyn Cook. Gary Scholes has finished in clubhouse at 3 over. Paul Hammond is currently 3 over, just gone through the back of the green here. But Nicholson, that will just roll out a little bit. Happy with a little bit more. Mark Nicholson 2 over for today, 5 over overall. It looks as though there could be some kind of playoff here. But obviously we'll have to wait for the others to play out. You just keep an eye on the scores on Phoenix. I have. You got it. Yeah. You have to wait for the others to finish anyway. You can't have the first. He went up. Guys, keep it quiet, please. I think he had to go for that. That was needed for a place. The tension is high down here. There's a gathering of people around the green, obviously coming here to support the players. Just trying to finish up. So, DJ Hamilton, across the green. On its way. It's going to turn back right at the end. Oh, it doesn't come back. It went through the turn. So, DJ will just finish up. And in it goes. So Dunn up over the top. Oh, it just run past that left edge. Again. Nobody leaving it short. It's all out attack. So Paul Hammond across the green, he's leaning back, he's watching it turn. I think it's going to turn too much. And Paul Hammond finishes his round. We need to see how this plays out before deciding any playoffs. Dunn finishes up. Good weekend from the boy from Ireland. It's great to have him and his son over this weekend. And Mark Nicholson closes out the round. So the next group is just coming to the top of the hill. We'll just have a quick update on the leaderboard while we're here at the media centre. As the penultimate senior group reaches the top of the hill. In the seniors, we have Gary Fisher with a 4-shot lead through 16 against Glyn Cook, who has a 1-shot advantage over Gary Scholes, who is in the clubhouse. We're just waiting for the scores to come through from Paul Hammond at 3 under. I believe that might be 4 now, or 5. William Morrison on 5 over, Mark Nicholson on 5 over, and A.D. Burns finishes out the top 7. And then behind the men, all importantly, just trying to see if there's been any other movement. We're hearing from the course that Ben hit a stake somewhere on 15, but managed to stay dry. Carl Baker May is tied at the top with John Neal and Ben Clark. Would you believe we have a 3-way tie through 14? This is going to go to the wire. This is the English Open 2026, and we have 3 players that are tied through 14. We have 4 holes to play, 50 holes down, and they are tied and cannot be separated. 4 holes remain, and we will bring you the footage as they come through to 18. At the moment, we have Paul Bolton up on the tee box on 18, looking to send one down the fairway. It's hit the tree and come back, but stays inbounds, I think. So we'll see how that one pans out. So that has taken a massive bounce off of the path and progressed massively. An update as the seniors are through the 17th. Gary Fisher's lead has been reduced to 3. Gary Fisher 1 under, Glyn Cook 2 over as they look to close out this round. The crowd behind getting quite excitable as they come down the fairway. So this is the lead senior men's group. This is Gary Fisher, Paul Bolton, Glyn Cook and A.D. Burns. This is to crown the champion of the seniors here at the English Open 2026. Paul Bolton swings it out from underneath the tree and sends it down the fairway. Paul Bolton marks. So I think it's Cook to play, down on his haunches, looking at what needs to be done. So Glenn Cook sends it down the fairway, bouncing up. It's onto the lower tier. Not sure it's got enough to get onto the top tier, but that is a very, very good shot indeed, directly in line with the hole. So 80 Burns, centre left. Starts it out right, swings it in. That's swung in quite a lot. It needs to turn back towards the hole. It's the flatter part of the green. It's only got a single tier rather than the 2 tier, so it will keep climbing. That's not a bad position to be in, and that's a good shot from 80. Gary Fisher, champion in waiting, side foot in. This looks really good. It's short, it needs to go. And the crowd cheering that one on.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Big news from back in the men's category. I think Carl Baker-May, something has gone awry. I think he is 2 shots behind Ben Clark and John Neal. At the moment, it looks as though John Neal and Ben Clark are both at 14 under, and Carl Baker-May is at 12 under. We will try and catch up with what that is and what's going on, and bring you all the latest as we go. Great shot from Bolts. Putting it within 3 feet. So Bolts will come up, tap it in. Paul Marks, big sigh as he walks off. So Glenn Cook looking to put some pressure on Fisher here. I guess he's going to go for it. Send it towards the hole. Starts out, that will turn back. Is it going to turn too much, or is it going to catch an edge? It goes in the left edge. Puts a little bit of pressure on. Great finish from Cookie. That's what he needed to do. So 80 Burns. Sends it towards the hole and needs to travel. It's just going to drift left. Fortunately, just drifted a bit left. 80 will finish. Well done, 80. Bolts will just step in and finish here. And Bolts tidies up. So Gary Fisher with 2 or 3 putts to become senior champion. Sends it towards the hole. Right edge. It's going to tap it up to the hole. He's done enough. And Gary Fisher is the senior champion 2026 English Open. A really heart-fought round. Had an overnight lead, and Glyn Cook took it back to level pegging, and he just managed to get back on the gas and do enough to get ahead. A well-deserved win from a really likable guy and a very quality player as well. Oh God, you made me emotional now. Gary, we've had, firstly, congratulations, English Open 2026 senior champion. We've had lots of conversations over the weekend on and off camera. Tell us about how today panned out.
Not as well as I thought at first. Struggling to find the pars. Hit a tree on hole 1. Nearly went out of bounds, but scraped the par from it. But yeah, me and Cookie, great players to play in the final round with. It's unbelievable. Cookie's been there, done it for many, many years, playing for England and stuff. It's all new to me to play at that elite level, but saying to myself to stay in there, and which I did. And you know, glad I won. Glad I brought home.
I think, look, the overnight lead was taken back to level pegging at one point, and then you just seemed to get your foot down and eke out a couple of shots to get that advantage again.
Yeah. So it become match play, basically.
Yep.
So when it went level, I said to myself, all I've got to do is start beating him on holes, in which I did. And I think it was a hole 12. I've done an amazing putt from the edge of the green right in, and that picked me up in. And I pushed on from there, and then I was just matching in, then pushed on, and then I beat him on a couple of holes, which then obviously for the score, so which was fantastic.
Okay, look, we'll leave it there. Congratulations, and we'll see you later at the ceremony. Thank you. So this is the first of 3 men's groups coming down. Held them up slightly with the interview there. Apologies. Didn't reach the green anyway. So as a reminder, this group is Chris Lewis, Callum Haig, Bobby Hopkinson and Zach Mattioli. Chris Lewis's ball just been marked on the edge. Bobby Hopkinson to play. So a lot of top spin on that. He's hit it with the top spin. He's come over to this right-hand side of the green, so it's got a lower level. It needs to get up to the top. And it has. It should just sit on the edge there on the fringe. So, Zach Mattioli, our friend from across the pond. He's had a great weekend. I mean, great fun to be around. Left foot, dragged it slightly to the right-hand side. It's going to creep up onto the top tier and sit on the fringe. So Callum Haig from the edge. Sends it up. It's sort of dug into the front of the fringe there a little bit and just slowed it up. Gravity will do its work here and send it a little bit further, but it was a bit of a scuffed one. So, Chris Lewis. Sends it with absolutely rapid, and unfortunately that's gone down the back of the bank. Sends it on its way. It's pacey, it's going to turn, it's just going to run past that right-hand edge. He's all right, that will settle back in.
Chris or me? Just put your ball down for that. Chris, then you make it.
So Chris Lewis from off the back. We can just get it up and tip it over the edge. Over it goes. Oh, it just didn't turn in. It needed a little bit more this side. It turns back right, but Chris a little bit frustrated. He'll just mark that. So Zach Mattioli, I think he knew off of his foot that that wasn't perhaps the direction of travel needed. And Zach finishes up. As I said, had a really good weekend. Lovely guy to be around. So, Callum Haig. We know this has a tendency to go left, but he's hit it straight at the flag and in. Good weekend from Callum. And Chris Lewis to tidy up. And Bobby will complete the group. And in it goes. So we'll let them go and do their scorecards, and we will look back up to the top of the hill. We have 2 balls on the right-hand path and 1 centre fairway. We will have to see. The other one is just coming now, and that is a monster hit. It's come off the back of the bounce. It's going to go round the second pond, and it's trundled right down the fairway. That is absolutely massive. As a reminder, this group is Neil Shave, Josh Patton, Steve Bastin, and Christopher Anderson. Massive hits from that group. Absolutely massive. As we said, the conditions have changed over the weekend. Today, was always on paper going to be a little bit easier, but easy compared to what? I don't think anything is particularly easy here at Oakwood. Some of these are making it look like a piece of cake. So we'll wait for them to come down, and then we will give you an update on the scores. So Josh Patton, left centre of the fairway, running down. It's going to get up onto the green. It's just going to filter back towards the hole. And that is a very good shot indeed.
No. People need to listen. The 55 freehold. All rules don't count when it comes to 500. Freehold player. No, it's written. I wrote it. That's all rules, not 500. The difference. Mine's get rid of it.
So, Josh Patton tidies up. And Christopher Anderson from the left-hand side. These were all massive shots. And he comes. Needs to go a little bit. It's going to climb the front edge. Onto the second, and that will just settle nicely and track back towards the home. And that is a very good shot from Christopher Anderson. So Neil Shave up onto the top. That just needs to settle a little bit. It's right the second. It's going to come up towards the hole, and it's just going to creep over the back edge. So they'll make their way down, and we will see this group through as we wait for the lead group in the background. So Neil Shave comes across the back. Shot Christopher. So Neil Shave from the back of the green. Needs to get it up and turning over the top. It's pacey. It's not going to turn and just runs past the hole. He gave it a go. Shavy to finish. sends it on its way. It's just caught the right edge. So Josh Patton to play next. Sent towards the hole and in the left edge and round and drops. So, good weekend for Christopher Anderson from Paddon Place. Really been solidly concentrating, working through a process this weekend. Ball just moving in the wind. That shows you. That shows you how it's picked up a little bit down here. So just putting it back to where the ball was previously. And takes in the right edge. Well done. Ando is the cry. So Bastin to finish up. And Bastin finish up. These guys will go and sign their scorecards. We'll have one final look at the leaderboard before the leaders come down to see the position. Last we saw, Cole was 1 shot behind previously after being 2 shots behind. And we now have John Neal at 16. And so big news coming out from 17. The leaderboard has changed dramatically since last we spoke. Ben Clark is now 15 under and carries a 2-shot lead into the final hole. Cole Baker May at 13 under and holds a 3-shot advantage over John Neal. So there is 5 shots separating the top 3. Something big has happened on 17 and we'll wait to find out what that is. But at the moment, Ben Clark has a 2-shot lead coming down 18. It's all changed. So the lead group are at the top of the hill. We will watch them tee off. So, Tom Stott.
Okay, he's back. It should be on. Yeah.
Tom Stott sent it out over the path, looking to see if that comes back into play. I can't see that that's come in, and the fact that Kyle Brown is running up the hill, I think it probably needs a marshal to sort out. So Kyle will go up there and do that. Ben Clark on the tee. So into the run up, sends it out wide, hits the top of the bank and runs down. And that is centre fairway. I couldn't have hit it any better. He knows he's got a 2-shot advantage and therefore can afford to go for it. Cole Baker May. 1 over for the day. Struggled a bit this afternoon. That is absolutely hit that. And it finishes next to his main competitor, Ben Clark, on the fairway. And that comes down, heading towards the path. It's hit that, and it's going to come all the way down. That's not a shot you really want to try and play for attempt. It's he'll get free relief from that. I think we're just waiting to see what's happening with the ball of Tom Stott. So Tom went OB on the left. He's back up at the top of the hill. Difficult afternoon for Tom, but a great weekend after all, overall. Lots to be proud of. And when things aren't going your way, things have a habit of going even more wrong.
Okay, everyone, just to update you on the scores, Ben Clark is leading by 2 going into this hole. So he's got 2 shots on the way up. So it's likely there will be a player Ben Clark.
So Tom just taking a drop from behind the hazard. Obviously wasn't playable. My shins are absolutely burnt to smithereens though.
Much as you got bigger legs.
Bigger than mate.
Got some sun cream if you want it, mate.
I've done
Right.
everything apart from my legs.
Will you tell me what my lemon from the shop? When's he shaving that tash off? Today?
I think we should make it.
A bit soon.
Might be a bit soon.
So all balls now safely on the fairway. Marshals with this group, just making sure everything is okay. Sarah Bolton and Alex Hill in the background. I guess before we get to the end of the footage, I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone for tuning in this weekend. It's been a long weekend, but it's been an absolutely amazing event. The team here at the Manor and Ashbury Resort have done an unbelievable job. Pete and his team have provided some amazing courses in great condition. The weather has helped. The wind has played a part. The water has played a part. The bunkers have played a part. But most importantly, the people and the players have played the biggest part. They have made it a tournament to remember. Smiles on faces everywhere. Enjoyment across the course. Supported by the filming of Seth Conway Media and the team. And commentary from myself, Stephen Groombridge. Please like, subscribe, share, and talk about us. Amazing event on social media. Cole is absolutely amazing. It's absolutely. Oh, he's popped in. And Ben Clark just stares in disbelief that Carl Baker May has eagled the last. Wow. That has ramped up the pressure. You couldn't. The gasps and the cheers and the shock from the crowd was absolutely mad. You're witnessing this firsthand. That could be a game changer. And that is a great shot under pressure, but we'll need that to win. So John Neal, little whippy one from the left side over by the buggies, bringing it in. That just needs to settle a little bit. That's the low part of the green, remember, so it's all, there's no levels on there. It's just gonna flop off the back. So Tom stopped to play. A little bit of trouble up the top for Tom, but it'll be good to see him get close and finish this off. Side foot in. Front centre of the green. Chasing up. It's just going to fall left of the hole at the end, I think. But that is a really, really good shot.
Scotty, we'll finish that, mate. You just mark being down the way.
Carl Baker May just having a cheeky look at Ben's line. Probably asking a question. Trying to look how hard or easy it is. Tom Stott to finish. And in it goes. Well done, Tom. Good weekend. So John Neal from the back, up over the top. It's going to turn left. It just didn't turn back enough. Just past that left edge. Up and finish off. Now, big sigh from Ben. This is a massive moment. Didn't quite happen for him last year at the Masters. Now Ben has a putt to become English Open champion. It's been up and down. Carl had the lead. Then it was tied. All three of them at one point were tied. And now Ben has a putt to become champion. Silence from the crowd. And Ben Clark with a fist pump. Ben Clark is our champion. Ben Clark is the 2026 English Open Championship here at the Ashbury Resort. Didn't quite work for Ben last year. Mario Samacic came and took the lead towards the last few holes. But Ben this time becomes champion. We'll just try and grab a quick word with him. Ben. So, Ben, firstly, congratulations, English Open 2026 champion. Firstly, your thoughts on seeing that go in from Carl?
Yeah, not quite what I was hoping for or expecting, but a player of Carl's ability, it's you just know he's capable of doing things like that. Hence why he was leading the tournament going into today. But yeah, it made things interesting.
And talk us through this afternoon. It's gone from the overnight lead that we've just mentioned to all three of you being level at one point, I believe, as well, and then battling back, something happening on 16 or 17 that changed the scores a bit.
Yeah, John had a bit of a bad break on 17. I had a lot of fortune on 15, actually. But yeah, it was just, I don't know, just Sunday, fun day. And I know exactly how Carl feels because he was in the position I was last year. So it's not nice. Selfishly, it's nice to be on that side of it where I felt I should have been last year. But yeah, doesn't take anything away from Carl. He's still a top player and he's proven that this weekend.
Yeah, no, we've had top players for a weekend. We've been very lucky with things happening. But your thoughts on the weekend as a whole?
Yeah, really good weekend. This is a brilliant venue to play tournament foot golf. I think Oakwood is one of the toughest courses on tour. Usually gets the better of me, so it's nice to finally get one over on it. But yeah, great weekend, great weather, great courses. It's it's a good weekend all round.
Look, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We look forward to presenting you with the trophy and the closing ceremony this evening.
Perfect. Thank you
very much. So as we close out here at the English Open 2026, Ben is going to rightly get the congratulations. Everyone comes out with selfies. He's a very popular character, and Carl will be a little bit disappointed. He couldn't have finished it off any better than he did. as Ben said. I think Ben has been in that position before last year. These are world-class players. They know what it takes, and for Cole to pull that out on the final shot of his 54 holes is absolutely unbelievable. That put the pressure on Ben, and Ben had a 7-8 foot or further putt to become championship. So held his nerve and did absolutely brilliantly, and it'll be a pleasure to be part of the closing ceremony tonight to congratulate him and everyone else involved in the tournament. So everyone is going to be wrapping up. So big congratulations to Ben. He's obviously a very popular character. He's played so well this year on the English Kelme Tour, sponsored by Kelme himself, and I'm sure they'll be pleased as well. But a great weekend from everyone involved. So thank yous from us to you for watching, for enjoying things, and for being part of it. We will, so as I say, thank yous from all of us. Thank you to Pete from Manor and Ashbury here and his team for putting on such an amazing event. Ben Clark just mentioned there, you know, this is one of the toughest courses in tournament foot golf, and they've at times made it look easy. So thank you to everyone here. Thank you to Seth Conway Media and the team for the great work in filming this. Thank you to everyone involved behind the scenes. This is a massive team that have helped put this on with marshalling across the board. Most importantly, thank you to Paul Bolton and Sarah Bolton for all they do for the association. The hard work that goes behind the scenes goes on for months and months and months and years in advance. So thank you for everyone involved. And we look forward to coming back to you soon.
Can I just say on that one as well, thanks for grooming me for the voice of the weekend. I know people back at home have really appreciated hearing his wonderful input, and we appreciate it always. So thank you very much.
Ando.
Appreciate it.
And a word from Paul. Just thoughts on the weekend. I mean, we've spoken at length at all times of the day and night, but thoughts on the weekend?
I think it's gone immaculately well. I think the weather's been great. The courses are phenomenal. If a little bit tough. First time I've played this event, so they will be a bit easier next year. But no, it's been first class. Ashbury, the staff, everything, the hotel, Pete, the ground staff, they're still here. You know, they're working tirelessly all weekend. It's noticed, everyone here notices it, and it's a fantastic event.
Yeah.
And yeah, happy days. Roll on next year.
I think we've been blessed with lots of international players again this year, and you can see how comfortable they are, you know, around the venue, with the staff, with us. I think, you know, this goes from strength to strength.
Yeah, we had Gonzalo playing snooker. He didn't even know what snooker was, but it's fantastic. You know, there's a real vibe. There's a family in there. It's, you know, we were raising money obviously for Jen yesterday, so that's very sad. But you know, we do our little bit, and this is for foot golf. It's not just for us.
As I said earlier, it's for everyone. What's really made it this weekend is the people and the players. Foot golf is a part of it, but the friendship, the camaraderie, everything that goes on and off the course has been a massive part of this, and that's how it should be.
Yeah, it's exactly that. That's it. Can't put it any better myself. It's the family is good. Look around you. The scenes are tremendous. It's just hugs and cuddles everywhere. It's fantastic.
Love a hug and a cuddle. So we will leave you there. We have the closing ceremony later on. We're going to go and get that ready, and we will update you with all of the results officially over the coming days. But for now, thank you very much from Paul and from myself. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you.
Right, let's get these buggies back. Buggies back.